Aloha kakahiaka kako. And good morning to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs meeting of the Board of Trustees. Today is Thursday, August 27th, 2026. Time now is 9:05 in the morning. Board Secretary, please confirm attendance via a roll call vote.
Trustee Ahuna.
Ew.
Trustee Akaka.
Ill.
Trustee Akina is excused. Trustee Alapa. Yes. Trustee Galutaria.
Ew.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Ew.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Present.
Chair Kahele.
Present.
You have 8 trustees present. You have quorum.
Okay, thanks, Lehua. This meeting can be viewed via live stream on OHA's website at www.oha.org/livestream and also on Olelo TV. For those joining us on Zoom, if you wish to testify on a specific agenda item, please follow these steps. Please raise your hand to indicate you'd like to speak. We change your status from attendee to panelist when it is your turn. It's going to take a few seconds. We appreciate your patience. As a panelist, you have the option to turn on your camera and unmute yourself to provide testimony. And once you have finished testifying, please mute yourself and you'll be returned to attendee status. Also like to remind everyone to silence your cell phones. This time the chair would like to now call Keishawn Kikina, our Chief Operations Officer, to the table to recognize key staff that are in attendance. Good morning, Keishawn.
Aloha mai kako, mahalo nui Chair, Vice Chair, and Trustees, no ke ia halavai. This morning we have with us from administration in support of this meeting, our Interim Administrator and CEO, Summer Silva, our Chief Financial Officer, Dhiren Patel, our General Counsel, Everett Ota, our Associate General Counsel, Roselle Agog, our Director of Advocacy, Lena Alalei, our Public Policy Manager, Deja Ostrovsky, and our IT System Specialist, Marcus Parker. Mahalo.
Okay, thanks, Keishawn. And for the Board of Trustees, we have Lehua Itokazu, our Board Secretary, Alina Aoyong, our Interim Board Chief of Staff, Kapono Kiokona, our Board Counsel, as well as numerous trustee aides and secretaries and staff that are here today. Thank you so much for preparing our trustees for today's agenda. Trustees, today's agenda is filled with several presentations and updates from the administration. Several presentations will focus on the military leased land issue that is very prominent here in Hawaii at this time, and one which the Office of Hawaiian Affairs has taken a major role in. We will also get an update from the administration on the Hurricane Lala impacts and OHA's response efforts since the board convened an emergency session last week, Monday, to approve resources for the Ka'u area and the broader state of Hawaii for consideration. We have action items from the Budget and Finance Committee, and then we'll be going into executive session to approve our minutes and consult with one of our legal counsel members regarding an issue that OHA is dealing with right now. And so at this time, we're going to jump to new business. We have, leading off our agenda is 2 presentations. And first and foremost, our presentation that we're going to start with is going to be a presentation by the Institute for Policy Studies. The presentation is based on a report called The True Costs of the Military in Hawaii, a comprehensive analysis of the economic, environmental, strategic, and social impacts of the U.S. military presence in Hawaii. Lehua, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this agenda item?
No one is signed up to testify on this item.
We need to do that.
Yeah, or just do written unanimous consent to take out of order, either one.
Okay, you know what, trustees, before we go into our presentations, why don't we get our minutes done, since that is the first item on our agenda. Do we have unanimous consent to take all 3 minutes in one vote? This would be the April 16th, April 24th, and April 30th approval of minutes.
So move.
Okay. Do you have any public testimony on the approval of those minutes?
No one is signed up to speak on this item.
Okay. Trustees, and the chair will make a motion to approve the April 16th, April 24th, and April 30th, 2026 minutes. Is there any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina is excused. Trustee Alapa. Trustee Galutaria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 8 yes votes.
Okay, thanks, Lehua, and thank you for getting those minutes done for the board. Okay, we're now moving on to the new business will be the presentation by the Institute for Policy Studies. Is there anyone signed up to speak on this first presentation?
No one is signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, is the presenter here? Is the primary presenter here, Davis Price? Oh, 9:30, okay. Well, okay, so 9:30 is when Davis will be on? Okay, then let's, wait, we're gonna move to the next presentation then, since I know those presenters are here. And the next presentation will be by the ACLU of Hawaii, and they have a presentation entitled Stewardship at Stake, Legal Considerations for Protecting Hawaii Lands from Government Overreach. Lehua, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this agenda item?
No one is signed up to speak on this item.
Okay, then the chair would like to recognize Salmah Rizvi, the Executive Director of the ACLU of Hawaii, to join us, and any accompanying staff or presenters that she would like to also have her join. The presentation by the ACLU is being passed out to our trustees at this time. And we'd like to thank the ACLU for joining us today. Just some brief background on our presenter. Salmah Rizvi is the Executive Director of the ACLU of Hawaii, where she leads the organization's work to protect and advance civil rights and civil liberties across the state. Her background includes legal policy and advocacy work focused on constitutional rights, government accountability, and protecting communities impacted by government action. So the presentation today and the perspective from the ACLU can help the Office of Foreign Affairs and inform our trustees to better understand civil liberty dimensions of the military leased lands issue and identify where the ACLU's expertise may complement OHA's work and advocacy on behalf of its beneficiaries as it relates to this issue. So, welcome to the Office of Foreign Affairs, Salmah. Yeah, make sure your mic is on. And typically our presentations last no more than 15 minutes. And then once your presentation is complete, we will open it up to trustees to ask and answer any questions you might have.
Okay.
So the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Mahalo, Chair Kahele and respected trustees for the invitation to join today's meeting. My name is Salmah Yasmin Rizvi, and I'm the Executive Director of the ACLU of Hawaii, representing more than 4,000 card-carrying members in the state. Joining me today is our ACLU of Hawaii Senior Staff Attorney Emily Hills, one of the primary authors of our recent paper, Stewardship at Stake, Legal Considerations for Protecting Hawaii's Lands from Government Overreach, released June 25th, 2026. We are honored to share our nascent research with OHA, a leader in this space, and look forward to understanding how we can be a better organizational partner to you all. At ACLU Hawaii, our mission is to protect and promote civil liberties and fundamental freedoms enshrined in our U.S. state and United States and Hawaii state constitutions through litigation, legislation, and public education. We serve and center the voices of our most impacted and vulnerable community members, regardless of background, status, or circumstance. In 2025, our ACLU Board of Directors created an Indigenous Justice Committee comprised of Native Hawaiians with expertise in academia, public policy, and Native Hawaiian law. We are grateful for their time, effort, and wisdom. Following Governor Green's announcement to engage in land lease renewals last year, community members asked ACLU of Hawaii to lay out the statutory and constitutional limits on both the military and the state when it comes to the disposition of these leased lands. When invited, ACLU of Hawaii is honored to support Native Hawaiian rights grounded not in race, but in their status as unique Indigenous people who have never relinquished their sovereignty or settled their claims with the United States. Next slide. Before we dig in, please note the information we present today is informational, not legal advice. Anyone with a specific legal question should consult counsel. And candidly, we cannot guarantee that either the state or the federal administration will follow the rule of law. Today's analysis rests on ACLU of Hawaii's understanding of the law at this time. We are humbled by the deep learning journey ahead of us as we continue to dig in. Our intention behind this work is to serve as an ally on constitutional law matters. We in no way purport to speak on behalf of the Native Hawaiian community. As you all are well aware, 4 Army leases concerning nearly 30,000 acres of state land are set to expire in 2029, and the Army has announced it will seek to retain roughly 20,000 of those acres. What makes this different from an ordinary land dispute is the status of the land. Every acre at issue is public trust land. That means under federal law, Section 5 of the Hawaii Admission Act, and under state law, Article 12, Section 4 of the Hawaii Constitution, requires the state to hold these lands in trust for public schools and other public educational institutions, for the betterment of the conditions of Native Hawaiians, for the development of farm and home ownership as widespread as a basis as possible, and for the making of public improvements and the provision of these lands for public use. These are lands Congress explicitly set aside to be held in trust for specific non-military purposes. And in our research, we focused on 3 findings. 1, the military does not have unrestricted eminent domain power. 2, the state cannot act unilaterally when deciding the future of these lands. And 3, residents of Hawaii have real avenues to civically engage to allow voices to inform these decisions. Next slide. You all are well familiar with the timeline that in 1964, the Department of Land and Natural Resources leased these nearly 30,000 acres to the Department of Defense for 65 years for $1. Many of these leases were executed to prevent the U.S. from taking the land outright. In 2025, the BLNR rejected the Army's final environmental impact statements, faulting the Army, among other things, for failing to adequately account for known and likely archaeological sites. Soon after, the governor announced that the federal leaders had made clear they could act through eminent domain if negotiations failed. But neither the Department of Defense nor the Army has publicly stated an intent to condemn. What we have is an implied threat relayed by the state. Under the law, eminent domain is the federal government's power to acquire property for public use without the owner's consent, also called condemnation. This power is enshrined in the Takings Clause of the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The Fifth Amendment generally bars the deprivation of property without due process of the law, with the exception of eminent domain, which can be exercised so long as 2 legal requirements are met: a showing of public purpose and just compensation. Next slide. As outlined here, 4 leases are set to expire. We thank OHA for this educational map to the community. Worth mentioning is that many that are concerned about Pohakaloa cite to a 133,000 acre number, but only 23,000 of these are leased from the state and subject to this renegotiation. Most of the rest is federally owned in fee simple, which means the state does not have power to control the disposition of those lands. Next slide. Under existing law, we examined 2 potential paths and found that neither the Army nor the state can determine the result alone. Path A discusses condemnation, federal acquisition, and Path B discusses a voluntary agreement by the state for a renewal, exchange, or sale negotiated directly. Next slide. For Path A, there are many findings we came about, but I think it's important to know that eminent domain is first and foremost a legislative power. That means there needs to be authorization from Congress, the legislative branch of government, before the executive branch of government, the military, can condemn the land. There are general eminent domain statutes that provide the basic structure for how eminent domain can work, such as 40 U.S.C. 3113 or 3114. But they all require that condemnation be authorized or empowered by the law. Then there are statutes that specifically discuss for authorization before the military can exercise its eminent domain. 10 U.S.C. 2664 bars any military department from acquiring real property the United States does not already own unless the acquisition is expressly authorized by law. While there are other military taking statutes, such as 10 U.S.C. 2802 or 2805, that allow for minor acquisitions absent express authorization, such as acquisitions that are capped at takings of less than $9 million. But we know that these lands are valued at much more. The governor himself accounted for these lands to being closer to 10 billion, and researchers on land evaluation said closer to 32 billion. Because an acquisition of this magnitude sits far beyond the 9 million ceiling for minor acquisitions, Congress would have to authorize the taking specifically, ordinarily in the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. The NDAA for fiscal year 2026 does not authorize the acquisition of these lands, not by condemnation, not by purchase. And neither does either draft of the fiscal year 2027 bill. The House draft contains no acquisition authority at all. The Senate draft authorizes the Army only to seek a renewal of the leases from the state on terms acceptable to both, and would condition new leases on the Army resubmitting an environmental impact statement that addresses the deficiencies that the BLNR had already identified. Second, authorization by itself does nothing. Appropriation is required. Congress would have to appropriate or budget for just compensation of these lands under the eminent domain doctrine, typically before any taking can happen. So the Supreme Court has held that in most cases, just compensation means fair market value of the property on the date that it is seized. Third, consultation is required. 10 U.S.C. 2663 F1A requires the military to pursue to the maximum extent practical all other available options before condemning. The National Historic Preservation Act requires federal agencies to consult Native Hawaiian organizations where a taking may affect historic properties, particularly those that attach religious and cultural significance. Native Hawaiian orgs may articulate their views on effects and participate in resolving those effects. While consultation is not a defense against eminent domain, it is a mandatory step, the breach of which can expose the federal government to liability. Fourth, 28 U.S.C. 1403 requires the condemnation action be filed in the federal district court where the land sits, here the District of Hawaiʻi. And with that flows potential court review. Even after a condemnation action is filed, the state and interveners can contest the authority, purpose, and just compensation that was offered. Next slide, please. If we go down path B, a negotiated deal, state law constrains the state at every step. Within Article 11 of the Hawaii Constitution, Section 1 holds all public natural resources in trust for the benefit of the people. And Section 7 obligates the state to protect, control, and regulate Hawaii's water resources. Meanwhile, Article 12, Section 4 requires that ceded lands be held in trust for Native Hawaiians and the general public. The upshot of these three constitutional sections is that the state has a fiduciary duty to protect the land and the resources implicated by the military leases. At a minimum, this includes monitoring and inspecting the land to ensure the U.S. complies with its lease terms. Article 11, Section 9 further gives every purpose a substantive right to a clean and healthful environment enforceable against any party, public or private. The Hawaii Supreme Court has treated this as a property interest protected by due process. Then Article 12, Section 7 protects Native Hawaiian customary and traditional rights. Rights in these two constitutional sections now also boil down to the fact that the BLNR, which decides whether to approve a lease, must take specific findings about how the decision will impact these rights. And interested parties have certain procedural protections, like the right to a contested case hearing. In terms of procedure, BLNR approval is required for all lease renewals, exchanges, and set-asides. The legislator's approval is required for exchanges, gifts, sales, a majority of both houses for an exchange, and 2/3 of both houses for a sale or a gift. If the government sets aside land for use by the federal government, that still requires prior BLNR approval and can be overturned by 2/3 a vote of either house or a majority of both. Additionally, and I'm sure the board is aware, before the legislature can approve, sale, gift, or exchange public land trust lands, a resolution must be submitted to OHA so OHA can make its own determination whether the lands fall within the public land trust. Bottom line is that the governor and anyone else representing the state may negotiate, but no one, not even the governor, has the power to finalize a deal on their own. Next slide, please. Accordingly, there are many points of intervention for the community to mobilize and inform the future of these lands. Members of the public may attend BLNR meetings and submit testimony wherever the board takes up leased lands. Meeting dates and testimony instructions are posted on DLNR's site. A person who may be adversely affected by a decision may request a contested case hearing. A contested case hearing finding may then be appealed to the state courts, which may reverse, modify, or remand with instructions where a decision violates constitutional law or statutory provisions like the ones we've discussed today. If condemnation is ever filed, Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 24 requires a court to permit intervention where a person claims an interest in the property. The existing parties do not adequately represent the interest, and the resolving of the case would impair the ability to protect it. Federal Rule of Appellate Procedure 29 allows organizations such as the ACLU to file amicus briefs to help the court resolve these legal issues. And beneficiaries have standing on their own right. In Day versus Apoliona, the Ninth Circuit held that each Native Hawaiian plaintiff, as a beneficiary of the Section 5F trust, has an individual right to have trust terms complied with, and therefore can sue the state of Hawaii under Section 1983 to enforce it. And in Pele Defense Fund versus Patty, the Hawaii Supreme Court upheld standing to challenge the disposition of Section 5F lands. Throughout, though, the federal legislative advocacy on the NDAA remains open, and the First Amendment protects speech and peaceful assembly on all of these decisions. One honest caution is that in Ching v. Case, the Hawaii Supreme Court narrowed the scope of the injunctive relief it granted against the state and did not invalidate the lease agreement. Thus, a challenge brought after execution would not necessarily undo a lease agreement. Whether a lease can be voided turns on the challenger's standing, claims raised, and any applicable defenses. So participation is worth far more before a deal is signed than after. That argues for front-loading testimony, contested case requests, and consultation demands, while BNR approval is still ahead. Next slide. To conclude, 1, the military does not have unrestricted eminent domain power, and a taking is likely not an immediate threat. Congress has not authorized it and has not funded it. 2, constitutional, statutory, and common law provisions restrict the state from acting unilaterally. BLNR approval is required for any renewal, exchange, or set-aside, and the legislature must approve any exchange, sale, or gift. 3, the people can act through testimony, contested case hearings, intervention, and advocacy. As the report concludes, there is no outcome that is absolutely certain, not even eminent domain. Regardless of the outcome, constitutional and statutory rights must be safeguarded and are not up for negotiation. Next slide. While this sketches our current understanding of the law, we want to emphasize that every issue here sits under the unresolved claims of Native Hawaiians who have never relinquished their sovereignty nor ceded these lands. Thank you for the opportunity to share. The QR code takes you to the full report. Questions are welcome, and if time does not permit for every question today, we will be happy to respond directly at a later date. Mahalo.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Salmah. Trustees, questions? Yeah, Trustee Galter.
Yeah, thank you. Mahalo for coming today. Thank you. Appreciate the information. So my first question, I have 2 questions. Is the inventory of public lands complete and accurate? Could the figures that you put down here, is that the complete, accurate inventory of public lands?
Hi, good morning. I don't think so. These numbers came, I believe these came in part from OHA's website and in part from the environmental impact statement. So these are sort of the best numbers that we have to attach to what's happening. But an actual survey of public trust lands is something that's, I think, desperately needed, particularly in this situation.
So like depends who you talk to.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to remedy that. Because it's going to affect the revenue stream. So, in your opinion, is the system of reporting revenues consistent across, or maybe your report didn't get into that?
It really is outside the scope of our paper. I understand that the question of revenues and OHA's pro rata share and all of that is extremely complicated. We didn't touch on that in this particular report because it was focusing on like the legal rights to be able to enter into various, I guess, deals or eminent domain.
Okay. It's something we can do, but you may want to consider that because it is deficient, woefully deficient. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you for having us.
A question I had is, how does the ACLU of Hawaii see its role as an ally to OHA, our beneficiaries, as well as the broader Native Hawaiian community in regards to the military lease lands issue?
Thank you so much for your question, Trustee. ACLU National, as well as our affiliate, had recently passed a policy thanks to the hard work of former Chief Advocate Kavika Riley, who's now one of our board director. This policy states clearly sort of the bread and butter of the laws that make clear that Native Hawaiians have never relinquished their sovereignty or settled their claims with the United States. Once this was put into national policy, it then equipped all state affiliates across the nation to be able to recognize that and also do work to help promote and be an ally to the Native Hawaiian community in the direction that it wants to go, particularly an ally when it comes to constitutional law matters. So we see our role as trying to do some research and helping where we can, as we've done today. We also have recently launched our 2026 to 2029 strategic plan. The first pillar of that strategic plan is defending democracy, sanctuary, and the public trust. The public trust part of this strategic pillar is really that we have an under-enforcement of constitutional provisions that came out of the Constitutional Convention that were really meant to protect land in the way in which we're not seeing it kind of come to its fullest fruition. And so we really want to look at that as a place of potential development under the law. And we're particularly concerned in this moment because, as we know, we're in a moment of democratic backsliding, which means that across our federated organization's 106-year history, we've never seen this erosion of democracy and structures that exist around it. The erosion of democracy is leading to the rise of authoritarianism, and we've seen this in history's playbook. During this particular junction in history, we are concerned with any leaders holding fast onto authoritarian tendencies. We saw when Trump came to office recently that also other governors started kind of amassing power very efficiently, but at the cost of really following the rule of law. And so we are concerned with this strategic pillar, ensuring that the rule of law is followed within our community, and outlining the rule of law was the intention behind this paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Trustee Kaka.
Mahalo. Just introduce myself. I'm Kalea Kaka. I'm the OHA Oahu trustee, and I want to mahalo you for joining us today. And also, please pass on my aloha to Kavika Riley. We went to school together, and he worked in my grandfather's office while he was serving in the U.S. Senate. I really appreciate your presentation and enlightening us with some of the information that might not be that well known to the general public. And it's a good reminder in terms of our kuleana and our constitutional mandate at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and how this land is in a trust to help and aid our people. That is in alignment with our mission. One thing that I do ask that you incorporate into your future sharings is stating that these lands are not just public land trust lands. These are our Hawaiian kingdom, our Kingdom of Hawaii, Crown and government lands. And it's very important that we share that breadth of history there so people don't think that our Native Hawaiian people are ever asking for too much. So as you may be aware, that 20%, that pro rata share that was mentioned, we're getting closer to 3 to 4, maybe 5% of that. So I know the question was asked of you previously how perhaps you folks can partner or collaborate with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I would really be interested in seeing how we can work further with you from an advocacy standpoint within community and legislatively on all levels of government. I think it would be very helpful to have the name and information that you folks have to be paired with what we have to broaden our reach. And you have a different audience than maybe what we have. So I think that would be very helpful when it comes to adding more voices to the weight that we have at this legislature and all levels of government.
Thank you so much, Trustee, for sharing that knowledge and that wisdom with us. And we will, for sure, our entire team would be happy to incorporate and just acknowledge that these are not just public land trust lands, but these are lands that, former lands of the Hawaiian Kingdom.
Well, not former, always are.
Always
They
are.
always are.
Yes.
Always are. Never former, always are. So it's very important that we share that education for those so that they're able to do better now that they will now know better.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that correction. We will incorporate it as well. Mahalo.
I have a question. And I appreciate your presentation and for the opportunity to come today. I think for our beneficiaries, can you connect the civil liberty nexus for our beneficiaries and for OHA? So like specifically how the military lease lands issue raises civil liberties concerns. We don't specialize in civil liberties here at OHA. And so, you know, what is the ACLU's particular like niche or expertise that can bring, that you can bring to this issue where you see opportunities to provide either legal analysis or advocacy or other support to the Office of Foreign Affairs concerning the future disposition of these lands? So maybe start with that, the
Yes.
civil liberties piece, and then how that connects to OHA.
Yes. So civil liberties are laws that are somewhat derived from natural law. We see the universe sort of acts with this harmony and kind of instinct, and there are laws of the universe, laws of the land, and societies are essentially meant to replicate that in the way in which we govern. Civil liberties are really meant for the liberty of people to enjoy their fullest freedom and to be in a society that provides for rules and regulations that allow for our, you know, like our real soul to be free, our real calling to be free, for people to actually feel like we're free. And so when we think about civil liberties, we think about what are our ingrained liberties that we have, what are our freedoms, and where do they come from in a civil code, usually the U.S. Constitution or the state constitution. When we look at, so the mandate of ACLU is to protect civil liberties, particularly through these two doctrines, the federal U.S. Constitution as well as the state constitution, understanding that the presence of these doctrines even on these lands is complicated and problematic, yet it's the system that exists that we are trying to really understand. As harm is happening in the community, how can we use constitutional law as a sword for the most vulnerable? And so when it comes to this issue, when we look at the eminent domain takings clause, that is wrapped up within constitutional due process of the law, Fifth Amendment. And so we have been really looking specifically at that aspect of, we've been looking specifically at, you know, how is it that when the government comes and the government takes away your land, they're essentially ensuring that they're doing something that's illegal. They're doing something that is against the Constitution. But there is this carve out for eminent domain. And eminent domain requires that showing of public purpose and just compensation. So at ACLU of Hawaii, if the government is taking land, that is illegal unless it has a public purpose, just compensation, and all these other things. And so that's sort of where we fit in, is how that freedom, we all have a freedom, but then specifically this freedom is one that belongs to the community, and the community has a stake in the futures of these lands. And I think my colleague Emily may have some additional analysis.
I think this is actually something that Hawaii saw during World War II, after Pearl Harbor, when the military took over and imposed martial law. right? Martial law is basically the evaporation of civil liberties. And it's supposed to be for a really good reason, but it also means that then the executive branch of government simply takes over. People don't have the liberties that we expect from the Constitution, from our everyday life, and the executive branch of the government can really do whatever they want. And in that particular case, my understanding is, and I'm not an expert on this, but is that they also took a lot of land during that process. And so, when Salmah was talking about democratic backsliding, about not wanting to allow our society to slide into that sort of, whether it's authoritarian government or martial law, but that sort of idea that one person or one branch of government has sole control and authority to be able to make these decisions for the people, I think that is a civil liberties issue. And our concern is with the threats about eminent domain that are getting thrown around and sort of used in an almost coercive or sort of bullying way, that there needs to be somebody stepping forward and saying, hey, wait, there are guardrails on this process. There are rules that have to be followed on this process. Eminent domain is not a carte blanche for the executive branch to do whatever it wants. And that's why we felt like this was an important issue to be involved in.
So just to follow up, in your report, you cite that condemnation under the Takings Clause of the Fifth Amendment requires an authorization from Congress. Is that correct? Is that the position?
Yes.
So under what circumstances would the federal government or the Department of Defense in this case, through the authorities that the Secretary of Defense has, be able to initiate a condemnation or eminent domain of any land in Hawaii without an authorization of Congress?
So I think the answer is that they can't, that there has to be some kind of congressional authorization. I mean, eminent domain, it's a complicated legal doctrine because it's considered an inherent power of a sovereign. It's not technically in our Constitution. It's not written down in the U.S. Constitution that the government can do this, but courts have said this is an inherent power of the sovereign going back into, medieval England. And so this is allowed, but under only certain circumstances. And one of those circumstances is that because it's fundamentally a legislative power, that the legislature has to, in this case Congress, has to authorize it. And so what Congress has done is they've enacted general statutes about eminent domain that apply to all branches or agencies of the federal government. And so like an example of that, I know we had gotten a question about a quick take scenario. There is a quick take statute that's 40 U.S.C. 3114, and it says that that the federal government, that an agency can initiate a taking, and basically the taking can be done almost automatically, but that the person who's initiating the taking has to be empowered by law. And actually more than that, because that quick taking process actually, because of the just compensation requirement, that quick take process then irrevocably commits the federal government to paying just compensation. There's a follow-up statute that says the government can't, the agency can't initiate that process unless they reasonably believe that the amount of just compensation that the court is going to set is within the authorization specified by Congress. So here, right now, there isn't any authorization within the NDAA or anywhere else for a taking of land. If Congress is to enact a provision about the acquisition of land is usually how it gets phrased. And so they'll say the acquisition of land, and that could be through a purchase, an exchange, or eminent domain. But Congress can kind of toggle that, and we're seeing that happen a little bit in Congress right now as the current drafts of the NDAA are going around, is sort of the toggling of, well, what are we going to allow, what are we not going to allow? If, say, the existing draft gets passed and it says, for fiscal year 2027, the military can engage in lease negotiations, they have to redo this EIS, and then the military goes and files for a taking, there's actually also a separations of power problem there too, because Congress has told the Department of Defense what it is allowed to do, and then the Department of Defense is going in and saying, well, we can take it anyways, we don't need that authorization. So that's kind of an additional problem. There are situations where Congress has already authorized takings and they don't need to authorize a specific project. So that's like the under $9 million for minor construction projects and things like that. But this just doesn't fall into those categories.
Let me follow up then. Because this has gone back and forth between different legal minds and the executive branch's statements that they've made. As the ACLU looked at Title 10 of the U.S. Code 2663 that expressly authorizes a military department to initiate condemnation proceedings for land needed for military training and requires alternatives to condemnation to be pursued to the max extent practicable. So it would seem to me that the Secretary of the Army could initiate condemnation proceedings under that already approved congressional authority under Title 10 of the U.S. Code if they deemed it was necessary, once they have exhausted every other practicable alternative. And so from a civil liberties perspective, what meaningful consultation or statutory limitation exists on that authority beyond like procedural compliance? Like you said, just compensation. Are there cases where a court has actually stopped or materially narrowed a military condemnation on these points? Because that's what we've heard is that
Yes.
They're going to do their best to find alternative solutions, but at the end of the day, the United States military, through either its service secretary or the Secretary of Defense, can utilize this provision in the U.S. Code to initiate condemnation proceedings. Of course, that then goes into the courts and the just compensation piece, but it could be done if they wanted to do it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Kahele. Yeah, and I was just going to say, when we were doing the research, two kind of red flags got raised, 3114, 2663. I'll let Emily kind of get into the details of our analysis of it. And to also, we want to mahalo and thank everyone, and we understand too that there can be different interpretations of the law, and we're coming on with a ACLU hat. ACLU has traditionally been an organization that tries to be very creative with the law to create impact litigation change. So our view of how we're looking at things may be very through a different lens, and we want to acknowledge that. And I'll let Emily answer the question of where we landed on 2663.
You're making me wish that I printed out 2663, to be honest. So I'm going off of my memory. But we had talked to and consulted with different people about these statutes and how and what the interplay is between them. Even 2663, to my recollection, requires that there be an authorization by law, which tells us, at least with my statutory interpretation hat on, that particular statute is not doing the authorization. Because if that statute is doing the authorization, then it wouldn't be requiring there to be an authorized acquisition. My understanding is that the reading on the statute, at least from some parties, is that there still needs to be a separate project authorization from Congress. But that authorization, like I said, is usually to acquire land. And so if the project to acquire land has been approved and they aren't able to accomplish a sale or a lease or however they wanted to do it originally, and they've kind of exhausted those avenues, then the authorization for acquisition would allow 2663 to kick in.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, and I think it would be this board's position that, we will do everything in our power to prevent condemnation, eminent domain, friendly or forced. The governor is on record saying that he opposes that, and it's important for our beneficiaries to know that, while also ensuring that they understand the possibilities that are out there.
Potentially, yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify that. Any other questions, trustees?
Chair?
Yeah, Chair Madam.
I just want to add on to what you were discussing. It's my takeaway from the trip to DC and talking with the military and members of Congress, in that the military was non-committal to us at whether they're going to go for condemnation, but our congressional people were more encouraging in that they would tend to back us up in not wanting our lands condemned. So I just want to say that was what I took away from the meetings in Washington, D.C. I tried to get, an idea of how they were thinking, because yes, we don't want our lands condemned.
Yes, and I want to mahalo the congressional delegation because they were really fighting. And we also went to DC with our paper, and we met with their teams, and they helped us think through some very difficult legal issues we were having as well. So, I'm excited to hopefully be in allyship. Let us know how we can serve OHA, what we can do. If we are more than happy to have any follow-up legal conversations, if we're not understanding the law correctly, if we're happy to do, continue the engagement any which way in which we're invited to continue. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. Okay, trustees, we're going to go on to the next presentation, which is going to be a presentation by the Institute for Policy Studies. The presentation is based on the report that was published earlier this year, The True Cost of the Military in Hawaii, a comprehensive analysis of the economic, environmental, strategic, and social impacts of the U.S. military presence in Hawaii. I believe we have Davis Price joining us, as well as other members of Davis's team, and I'll let him introduce them. Aloha, Davis.
Aloha, kako.
Hey,
Mahalo for having us.
No, you're welcome. Lehu, do you have anyone signed up to speak on this presentation?
No one is signed up to speak on this presentation.
Okay. Well, I'll do just a quick introduction for our presenter, then I'll let him introduce others that have joined him today. Davis Price is a senior domestic policy strategist with NDN Collective, whose work examines the economic, environmental, social, and policy consequences of the United States military presence in Hawaii. His research is particularly relevant, and this report is relevant to the Board of Trustees in OHA because it challenges conventional approaches to valuing military land use and considers costs that may not be captured through traditional rent or fair market value calculations, including cultural, environmental, natural resource, and community impacts. Davis is no stranger to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, but he does hold a bachelor's degree in Hawaiian Studies from Hawaii Nuakia School of Hawaiian Knowledge, and also a Juris Doctorate from the William S. Richardson School of Law, University of Hawaii, Manoa. Mahalo, Davis, for joining us, and if you can introduce who is here with you either virtually or in person today, and then you are recognized to present your report along with your supporting team.
Yeah, mahalo for that gracious introduction. Glad to be here. Mahalo for the invitation to come present. And I know we're tight on time, so I'll just keep it short and I'll let folks introduce themselves, but I will introduce our first presenter and contributor to the report, who's also, I know you folks are also very familiar, and I'll hand off to Kumu Professor Dr. John Osorio.
Aloha mai kako, aloha Chair Kahele and Vice Chair Souza and members of the Trustees of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. I'm Jonathan Osorio. I am currently Professor of Hawaiian Studies at Manoa. I'm also on the TAG. This is the advisory group that has been working with the Office of Hawaiian Affairs and our representation with the state's position on these expiring military leases. And I think that work is extremely important. I just want to open up by saying that I know that the state of Hawaii is not likely in the near future to adopt a position that agrees with my viewpoint and those of the authors of this report. However, I also know that for Kanaka Maoli, whose political genealogy traces to the independent Hawaiian Kingdom, there is an expectation that OHA will represent our views as well. But in the end, OHA's responsibility to Native Hawaiians cannot be separated from its responsibility for the Aina, as it has long recognized the fundamental pilina of our people and these islands. The ACLU's excellent presentation today has additionally pointed out that in terms of state, federal, and common law, the state has a fiduciary obligation to protect the public trust, and I believe that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is better able and more prepared to vigorously defend this protection than any other agency. And having said that, I would like to introduce our first presenter, Christine Ahn, who's with the Institute of Policy Studies, and she will carry through most of this presentation. Mahalo.
Mahalo, John, Kumu John, and thank you so much for inviting us to present this report. I know you've seen it online, but this is 200 pages. It's quite massive, and I think a really important contribution. My name is Christine Ahn. I'm a senior fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies. IPS is actually considered the US's oldest progressive think tank. It was founded by Marcus Raskin, who is the father of Congressman Jamie Raskin, who resigned in protest of the Vietnam War when he worked at the State Department working on nuclear disarmament. And IPS produces rigorous research on the Pentagon budget, on US wars and militarism, on inequality, and much more to support social movements that are challenging status quo. And I believe that this report is in that vein. So I'm going to manage the slide deck. And so thank you for giving me the control here, and let's get started. So I helped pull together the team that produced this comprehensive report on the true costs of the US military in Hawaii. It was co-produced along with AINA, Aloha Economic Futures, the Cost of War Project at Brown University, Elio Ulukalani Coalition, Sierra Club of Hawaii, and the Transition Security Project. Why this report? Let's see, let me just, let's see. Do you know how having a little moment here. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Why this report? Why now? Well, two things are converging. First, the Trump administration, their planned military buildup against China puts Hawaii at the center of a proposed $1.5 trillion Pentagon budget, which is happening alongside deep cuts to safety net programs here at home. So second, and this is critical for OHA, military leases on Hawaii public lands begin expiring actually around 2028. And that's a once in a generation window to re-examine what this military footprint actually costs and who's really paying for it. So the lease expiration isn't just a legal technicality. I think it's a decision point, and the first time in decades, we have real leverage to ask what comes next for this AINA. Behind this report brings together a coalition of policy, peace, and AINA-based research institutions with major legal, economic, environmental, and cultural expertise. And the research team includes 11 scholars and practitioners, economists, historians, Native Hawaiian scholars like Kumuchan, Davis, ensuring that this analysis is rigorous and grounded in both data and lived experience. The report covers 9 chapters: land use and sovereignty, strategic doctrine, public health, environmental contamination, economic impact, employment, housing affordability, and land valuation and base conversion. So I'm going to now hand it over to David Vine, who will introduce himself and share some of the key findings of the report. So David, I hope you're here.
Aloha, everyone. Mahalo for the opportunity to be here with you, at least virtually. I wish I was there in person, of course. I feel extraordinary gratitude to be part of this team and to have a chance to speak to OHA. I've been studying U.S. military bases around the globe for 25 years, including and beginning with my work with the indigenous Chagosian people who were exiled from their homeland in the Indian Ocean on the islands of Diego Garcia and the other Chagos Islands. I just want to underline something that Christine just said about this once in a lifetime opportunity. This is an extraordinarily exciting and critical moment, it seems to me, an opportunity for Hawaii to regain control of lands taken, of lands that indeed, as one of the trustees rightfully pointed out, are Kingdom of Hawaii lands, which makes it also an extremely exciting moment for the world, not just Hawaii, but for Hawaii to be a model for regaining land and becoming a model for the conversion of lands that were hopefully soon formally military-based lands. In our report, we wanted to lay out the facts. There are a number of myths, it seems to us, about the military's presence in Hawaii. And our report seeks to debunk some of these myths, to get past some of the really decades of exaggeration about the benefits of the military's presence, and to look carefully and honestly at some of the costs, the economic costs, the financial costs, the social, environmental, political, and other costs. I looked first and foremost at the economic benefits of the military's presence. The military clearly has a significant economic presence and some significant economic benefit. But the idea that the military is one of two legs of a two-legged stool that is holding up the economy of Hawaii is just one of these myths. You often hear, I often heard when I came and began research in Hawaii, that the military has a $10 billion total economic impact on the state. It's a lot of money, $10 billion. But I was immediately skeptical, having conducted similar research around the world about the military's claims, and looked at the data for myself and found that, in fact, the military's economic impact is around $7.2 billion. $7.2 billion, clearly a lot of money, but that's $2.8 billion in exaggeration, $2.8 billion in exaggeration, which also means that the military's contribution to the state GDP is more like 6.4% rather than the more than 9% that's frequently claimed. And just, I'm happy to answer any questions about any part of the report, but just people are surely curious about where this $2.8 billion in exaggeration comes from. In essence, the military is something like a foreign company that would come to Hawaii and then mostly employ non-Hawaii residents. And that's indeed the vast majority of people employed by the military directly are non-Hawaii residents. Similarly, like a foreign company, the military, much of the spending ends up leaving Hawaii in a whole variety of ways. Again, happy to go into the details. People often point to the jobs as a critical justification for military spending. Building on years of research that has shown this elsewhere, our report shows that the military is actually quite a bad job creator. If the aim is creating jobs, there are several other industries that create far more jobs. In fact, on average, you can create 134% more jobs by investing $1 million in non-military industries like education and healthcare compared to the same $1 million invested in the military. So there are alternatives. The military presence also bears some other kinds of costs that our report underlines quite clearly, beginning with the impacts on the housing market. And this is one that is often ignored around the world. Our report shows that renters in Hawaii, that is non-military renters in Hawaii, are paying on average around $1,800 more per year in rent because of the military's presence. And this is because military personnel, as I'm sure almost everyone knows, come to Hawaii with very generous housing allowances, as well as the way in which the military's presence and domination of the land makes land more scarce than it would be otherwise, also driving up rents. In total, renters are paying 7.1% more in rent because of the military's demand for housing, that is off-base housing, which is significant. Next, I was curious also about this $1 per lease rent that the military has paid. Clearly, this is not the fair value of the land. The military essentially has gotten the land since 1964 for free. And I was curious, drawing on my research with the indigenous Chagosian people and an estimate of the value of their land that was taken from them, around the same time, in fact, to understand what is the true value of this land that was taken. And as the slide shows, my estimate of the proper back rent, the proper value of the land that Hawaii is owed, is up to $133.7 billion. And In fact, the report produces 3 different estimates. One shows that the proper value of the land, a low-end estimate, which we think is not the most accurate, would be $33 billion. A middle estimate is around $51 billion. And this is without, importantly, without the cost of environmental cleanup. The military as a tenant should clean up environmental damage it has caused, and you'll hear from Wayne Tanaka shortly about that. But environmental cleanup for the entire 46,000 acres of leased land that is leased by all the branches of the military surely runs into the billions of dollars. Let me just quickly conclude, because many people, whenever any topic related to Hawaii and the military comes up, may have questions about China and concerns about the China threat. In short, this threat, as the report shows, that has been greatly exaggerated. The report shows in a variety of ways that there are alternatives to the current status quo. And this includes alternatives to the current strategy that is extraordinarily dangerous for Hawaii. In short, Nita Crawford, one of our colleagues, shows that the current military strategy is leading Hawaii and the United States and China and the world down an extraordinarily dangerous path toward a war between the United States and China that is making Hawaii one of the first targets of what potentially could be a nuclear World War III. Crawford shows how decreasing the military's presence in Hawaii as part of a new strategy focused on diplomacy, de-escalation, defense, and deterrence by denial would make Hawaii, the US, China, and the world safer, while also freeing up land and resources in Hawaii for better, more economically productive uses. In short, let me just conclude by saying that it's clear to me, and I think the other authors of the report, that Hawaii can transform from being a target to being a global model for converting military bases into healthy, productive, prosperous spaces of, dare I say, aloha. Mahalo.
Mahalo, David. I'm going to now pass it on to Laurel May Singh at the University of Texas, Austin, who wrote a chapter about the impact on public health of the bases. Laurel, are you there?
Yes, aloha everybody. Thank you for having us. It's an honor to be here. And for the record, there's an H at the end of my last name. I logged in through my work account, so I don't know what my work did. But anyway, like Christine said, I'm a professor of geography at UT Austin and a co-author of the chapter with Professor Nita Crawford on the public health costs of the military's presence, focusing on the cost for the Native Hawaiian people. This chapter is based on my research on the Waianae Coast, where I've spent over 10 years engaging in fieldwork with the community and with community groups. And as a result of this, I produced and co-wrote the documentary Lāma Kukui about their struggle to return Aina from the US military. In Waianae, roughly a third of the land is occupied by military bases, and nearly 2/3 of the population is Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander. That overlap is the central point. Native Hawaiian communities experience disproportionate impacts due to living in close proximity to military bases. We found that on Oahu, the closer a community sits to a military installation, the higher is its rate of self-reported poor health, and the lower is its score on the Childhood Opportunity Index, which measures access to good schools, safe housing, healthy food, parks, clean air, and economic opportunity. In other words, the military's destruction of Aina and even its presence on Aina results in disproportionate harms to public health for Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders. This is an important but understudied outcome of military presence across Hawaii. Both the environment and public health costs of military presence must be factored into any accounting for the costs of remediation. We also need more comprehensive place-specific public health studies of heavily militarized regions such as the Waianae Coast. My research also highlights that it's not just contamination that harms OHA beneficiaries. Fences cut Native Hawaiian families off from ancestral land, disrupts their subsistence fishing and farming that sustain families for generations, and reshape everyday life around military perimeters rather than around community and Aina. On top of that, as David already pointed to, military housing demand pushes up rents, adding financial pressure that contributes to legacies of displacement for OHA beneficiaries tied to military presence. And I think in the previous presentation, they talked about a World War II martial law. And this is when we saw thousands of Native Hawaiians getting pushed off their lands, and we're seeing that happening today with the high cost of housing. So the takeaway is this: the public health impacts of military presence aren't just side effects experienced by communities that happen to live near bases. They are direct and measurable costs of the military borne by Native Hawaiian communities living adjacent to military lands, shaping their health and life chances. If we are serious about protecting OHA beneficiaries' lands and Hawaiian lands and Hawaiian resources, then we must treat the return, cleanup, and restoration of military lands as a public health imperative and a necessary step toward remediating the remilitarized remaking of life, or the militarized remaking of life in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Laurel. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it now to Wayne Tanaka to talk about the environmental sections of this report.
Hi, Wayne.
Morning, Chair, members of the board. Wayne Tanaka with the Sierra Club of Hawaii. I worked on the chapter looking at environmental contamination and remediation. First, I guess, it's not, everyone knows, right? There's contamination associated with military activities here in Hawaii. The governor recognized that when he threw out that $500 million environmental remediation proposal as part of his lease negotiation strategy. Unfortunately, it's a very complicated situation, right? It's just the types of contamination we're looking at, right? UXO, PFAS, PCBs, heavy metals, including depleted uranium, pesticides, and on top of that, we also don't really have a good picture of where these contaminants may be. I was just at the House Committee on Red Hill hearing on Tuesday. After 5 years, the Navy still doesn't know how much jet fuel is in the environment, much less, how they're going to clean it up or how long it'll take, right? And so, there's a figure here of the military's own estimate of how much it'll take to clean up their installations, and but I question that just because they don't know. If they don't know where the contamination is, I don't know how they're going to assess, how much it will take. And for us to do this report, it took, we went through thousands of pages of reports and all disparate things. It's not like there's a one warehouse where they compile all of their history of contamination, right? So, so I have to say, that this raises a question of, what do we know and what do we need to know about what harm has been done, about what it will take to heal that harm, and also what future harm could we be taking on or should we be mindful of, as we decide what's the best course forward with regards to these military leases. So for the next slide, so to kind of try and feel out those questions, we took a look at, we just tried to scratch the surface of what it would take to remediate just PFAS, so just forever chemicals, and just at 3 installations, right? There's about 18 that the military is assessing for contamination. They've closed books on 9, but again, I'm not confident that those sites are actually truly clean. I really want to emphasize, this figure, it's not for complete remediation, right? It's only for those 3 sites, so Schofield, Makua, and Bellows, so not Red Hill, for example. It doesn't, it really only looks at direct remediation actions, so testing for PFAS, what will it take to excavate soil, to pump and treat groundwater, and that doesn't necessarily, address all pathways to human exposure, for example, right? So stuff in fish and wildlife and plants. And so I guess these numbers are very conservative too. So they don't also look at the indirect things you have to do, right? To clean up PFAS, excavate soil, you need to look at UXO issues, right? And you have to look at EV issues and historic property preservation issues. And so that's not even captured in these figures. So all to say, this isn't like this is what it's going to cost to clean up the land. This is more. These figures are more like, a $500 million valuation for environmental remediation is dangerously low, right? And really, what we need to do is, again, think about those questions, like what is the harm that's been inflicted, what's going to take to clean it up, and what future harms could we be looking at? And truly, the costs of what's been done is, in my mind, incalculable, right? I'm not Hawaiian, right? So and to me, it's already atrocious. But thinking about what it means for the Lahui to know that your ancestral lands that cared for your kupuna, that you're supposed to take care of, so that it can care for your children and future generations. I can only imagine how heavy that must weigh. Yeah, so happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, we can go on to the next slide.
Thank you, Wayne. Now we're turning it to Davis to close this off about conversion.
Yeah, we'll go to questions.
Mahalo. And thank you folks again for the time. I know we're running a little long here. So I'll try to keep this tight. But what you just saw and what was shared, mahalo to this team. And this is only, there's a number of other folks who contributed to this report who aren't present. But, I'm calling from DC. I'm here in DC at a conference with public policy, thousands of public policy advocates from around the country. We're sharing this information out. And what I can say is this issue is really bringing people, it really captures people's attention. So it's really important. This section of the report that I worked on, the last chapter, along with David, talks about base conversions and an eye towards the future. Much of the report that you just heard about is truth-telling. It's fact-checking the dominant narrative that we have heard for so long, which is that the military's presence in Hawaii and its spending is beneficial to us and our economy. And we have never had information like this in the report compiled in a way to challenge that narrative. And it's important that we do that because the narrative of dependency, that we need the military, it stifles our ability to envision and plan for a future that is different. One where our people, Native Hawaiian and local residents, can guide our economy and guide decisions. We're often told we need the military, and if they leave, we won't survive. And this report challenges that, and it creates the space for us to have the important conversations about the alternatives. So we ended the report with the contemplation and an invitation to think about how we can replace the military spending in Hawaii. We focused on the growing Aina-based sector, which is now comprised of nearly 300 organizations across Hawaii. We start to provide a framework for how to contemplate a more diverse economy that is not dependent on military activity and spending. And what we envision is a diverse economy that includes an Aina-based sector that centers Native Hawaiian stewardship, conservation, and food production. And we consider how conversion of base lands and military lands, currently military-held lands, can provide economic opportunity that is aligned with our Hawaiian values and the values of an island society that cannot afford to continue to destroy its finite resources. The timing of these lease expirations provide an opportunity for us to revision our economy and our society, and it is imperative that we do so. We are being reminded more frequently that we are not ready for the climate catastrophe that is coming. Every storm, every disaster that we experience is a reminder that we are not prepared for what's coming. And it seems that so many in positions of power are willing to just go along with business as usual, maintaining the status quo. That cannot be an option. And this moment with these leases is an opportunity to recalibrate these systems and the relationship with the military and the United States. This moment really requires bold vision for how Hawaii can move into the future and face the realities of what's coming. And while the community is already developing that vision, we need OHA to support. And I'll just close with some recommendations on how OHA can continue to support. When I first came to the board about this issue about a year ago, we were trying to intervene with this condemnation effort that the Secretary of the Army and and the governor were putting forward. And you know, I want to mahalo you folks for supporting that intervention and taking your own steps to intervene as well. But the work is ongoing, and this report was another layer of work that was kind of getting going at that time as well. And now we're socializing this report. We're taking it out to the community in Hawaii, sharing it with national partners, international audiences as well, all in hopes of gaining allyship. You know, I think what the ACLU did is a nod towards, it's kind of a signal. You know, a lot of folks is gonna get behind really just what is pono, what's common sense. And right now, wasteless wars are not common sense. Destroying resources in an island society is not common sense. And so, yeah, we just, you know, continue to ask for your folks' continued support and mahalo. And some of that, you know, what I envision as next steps going forward, continuing to build on this work, is supporting community in research and development of legislative strategy and administrative proposals at the federal, state, and county levels, and including in the international forum. I think there's a lot of approaches we can take to protect these lands and waters at all levels of government and our community, and support community in the research and development of a litigation strategy with an emphasis on the unrelinquished claims of Native Hawaiians to the so-called ceded lands and our sovereignty. You know, this is a underlying issue here, the issue of unrelinquished claims, and there is potential, we believe, for litigation that, if push came to shove, you know, I think you know, and not to keep belaboring this, but I just want to say that with what I heard and what I read in ACLU's report is, it's less about, you know, what the exact outcomes will be if there was to be a condemnation attempt, or if they were to act on their threats of condemnation, but it's more about empowering people to understand that we can fight it. Yeah, like, we're led to believe that all of these actions that the military takes and can take is something that we can do nothing about. And that's just not true. Yeah, and so we can use the levers of government, we can use the courts, and we can use people power and organizing and creating the political will that we need to in order to achieve the future that I think we all deserve. And mahalo for your folks' time.
Thanks so much, Davis, and all the presenters. We'll open up to our trustees who have questions. If not, then I will lead off. You know, well, first and foremost, you know, I really appreciate you trying to condense an over 200-page report into, you know, 25 minutes or so. It doesn't do the report enough justice, so I would highly recommend our beneficiaries get an opportunity to read the report for themselves, and we can look at other opportunities to help continue the conversation on this. But this was a first opportunity for us to bring it in front of the board. The chapter that I found very, very interesting was the one written by David that talked about valuation. And it starts on page 149. And, you know, I think it's pretty clear that, and we've been clear that, you know, we're not advocating for a disposition that may lead us down a lease. But if eminent domain or condemnation is triggered, we know that there's just compensation. So how do we figure out what the just compensation is? You have to have a way to value this land. If you are going to lease the land, which has been a topic of conversation, how do you value what that lease is going to be? And so that's a question that we've attempted to answer, and through our technical advisory group, and we've got some pretty smart people on there, have tried to talk about how do you come to a valuation of these lands, both past and future. David talks about a model, the human rights standard damages model. And maybe David, you can touch on that really briefly of why you use that as I guess a bellwether standard for your findings. But then he also compares Kwajalein, Okinawa, and Navy land sales as a potential basis for how he came up with his numbers. And I guess, what I'm trying to get to is how do we balance establishing true value and the cost of military use with developing a valuation framework that we at OHA can use when we are at any negotiating table that is credible, is defensible, and is useful in actual negotiations. So I'll toss that back to David. And
Mahalo for the question. It, of course, is a highly contentious issue, the value of land. It is important to remember, of course, or to start when talking about land in Hawaii, that Hawaii has some of the highest land values on earth. So some people, when looking at the $134 billion in back rent, may say, well, that can't be. The figure could be even higher, given that land values in Hawaii at times range into the millions of dollars per acre, and that $134 billion in back rent does not involve a valuation in the millions, it's in the thousands. It is important to point out, too, that the report and the model that I employed, the Human Rights Standard Damages model, does also provide potential values of land per acre that could be charged in the future. And there too provide a range between $11,000 per acre and $48,000 per acre with an interim value of $18,000. The model essentially, because you can't go and buy military-based land virtually anywhere in the world, we need to look for comparable land transactions as a fair and objective, unbiased way to value Hawaiian land. And this is where I drew upon my research with the Chagosian people from the Chagos Islands in the Indian Ocean, where with colleagues, we estimated the value of the land that was taken from them when they were exiled from their homeland. And to do that, we looked for comparable land transactions or something like land transactions where U.S. military bases were part of the transaction. And that's what took us to Okinawa and Kwajalein. And I basically repeated that exercise in the case of Hawaiian land, the leased lands, and then found one land transaction in Hawaii involving the Navy's sale of land to a number of nonprofit groups as another land transaction that could be a proper basis for valuing the 46,000 roughly acres of land. And that's what led me to the estimation of back rent ranging up to $134 billion and the estimates of potential future rent that could be charged, as I mentioned before, between $18,000 and $48,000 per acre per year.
Do you wanted to follow up on that, Chair Merida?
I was just wondering what his figures were based on as far as time. Is that for a 1-year lease or for a multi? So each year.
Exactly. So the figures per acre are per year. So per acre per year. The precise figures are 11,000, 18,000, and 48,000. So it's a range. As I describe in the report, we think the upper end of the range is the most unbiased and objective and accurate because that transaction involves a transaction between relative equals between the U.S. government and the Japanese government, whereas the other land transactions involve the U.S. government negotiating with individuals, or in the case of Kwajalein, a government that has much less power than the U.S. government, and thus makes it a less accurate estimate of proper land value. The one other thing I would just point out that's different about the human rights standard damages model, or what I think is particularly important and novel, is that, as Hawaiians know certainly better than I do, but better than anyone, that land, of course, can't be valued in economic terms alone. And the model attempts to account for other forms of value that people in Hawaii, but also the Chagosians and others, especially indigenous people around the world, have political, sociocultural, and other forms of connection to land, and attempts to, in some way, value that. Although, again, you can't put a dollar figure alone on land and its value.
Yeah, I mean, it's going beyond the traditional fair market value or, uncompensated use and loss revenue. It's the environmental piece, the cultural piece, natural resource piece, community impacts.
Sure.
Yeah, and so just to clarify, David, like the quadrillion estimate of roughly 11,000, if you use 12,000 as a number per acre, and you were to equate that to the 19 or 20,000 acres of land at Puakoloa, that would come up with a bottom line number of like $240 million a year. $240 million a year to lease 20,000 acres of land using the lower end of the range that he presented, which was the number that the U.S. military currently. Is that what they currently pay for quadrillion?
The estimate is based on, yes, the roughly, I think it's $17 million per year.
Okay.
That they pay for the Kwajalein, or lands in the Kwajalein Atoll, for a missile testing base.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Trustee Galatier in a second, but I know, Davis, did you have anything to add on to this valuation conversation?
Yeah, I see Kumu John has his hand up too. I just want to point out that the report, the figures that David assembled, which are really important, but he does not, the report does not make a recommendation or calculate figures based off of leases going forward. What the calculation and what we tried to emphasize or articulate in the report is what the opportunity cost was, and what really the people of Hawaii have contributed to the military's efforts thus far. The value across the 65 years, if this were to have been leased at fair market value, like this is the amount of money that we've lost out on. And not only and in addition to the use of land, and it doesn't factor in how the land has been harmed. Yeah, and it doesn't factor in what cleanup costs will be, which is really, I think as advocates on this issue, our most important position right now is to demand that the military is held accountable for the harms that they've imposed. All of these figures and all the data that's highlighted in this report are intended to really, like I said, empower folks to have the courage to stand up and say, no, this is wrong. And this relationship where the military is allowed to do whatever they want with no consequences, repercussions, or any level of accountability cannot continue. And that's the position that advocates need to take. So I just want to make sure that I know OHA has to do its due diligence. I know OHA has its mandate as a fiduciary of the Public Land Trust to assess all of these elements that includes the value. And someone will probably, you will be asked, I'm sure, about lease values going forward, and this information is important, but know that our intention with the report was to highlight the injustice and imbalance that has already occurred to date.
Thanks, David. Yeah, and that's clear in the key findings that lead off this chapter. All right, Dr. Osorio, then we'll go to Trustee Galataria.
Thank you. I just want to say that as we know that the actual figure, the amount that is being calculated here is important, and it's important to state agencies. What's as important is the uses to which those revenues would be put. And it seems to me, and this is just following up on Davis's point, it seems to me that carrying the torch for repairing the harm to these lands and making them viable again for the public to use profitably, right? Productively, I think is the kind of stance that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs can take and offer it a real leverage in terms of leadership of this thing going forward. This is not just about punishing the military for being here. This is not just anger and a response to that kind of harm. It's working out a systematic way of repairing that harm over time. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Galatieri.
Thank you, Dr. Osorio. I'm going to follow up on what you just mentioned. So, David, my question to you is, when you went to these other places, Quaj, and to do studies, was there any reference, because I didn't see it in the document, about a robust community benefits package? Is there anything that you've seen where the lease requires the building of schools, parks, infrastructure, roads, which could be a part of the lease as well? But did you see anything in that area? A benefits package, community benefits package?
Mahalo, it's a great question. You do see community benefits packages frequently in other forms of development projects, and there are surely some very good models out there. I did not see that in the case of Kwajalein, and the way the money is spent has been a contentious issue among Marshallese folks, and certainly not in the case of the Japanese government's effective purchase of land in Okinawa. Although I would just mention that Okinawa could be something of a particularly helpful model in addition to some models in the United States, like the Presidio in San Francisco. But Okinawa is actually a group of islands that is with a population almost exactly the same size as Hawaii, and they have been particularly effective in converting land that was formerly occupied by the U.S. military into other uses, and quite profitable uses, and uses that employ very large numbers of people and far larger numbers of Okinawans than the U.S. military ever did. So I would point to that, but it's a great question, and makes me, it surely could be, a community benefits package could be part of a future lease, but I will look more into any potential models involving U.S. military bases, which I can't, none come to mind right away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Trustee Kako?
Mahalo to you all for joining us. And Wayne, it's very good to have you in this boardroom. I feel like it was not that long ago that we were going over matrices and legislative bills when you were serving here as the OHA Public Policy Manager. So mahalo for your work. And I just want to mahalo everyone for your contribution and the data that you're providing to us. I think it further aids us in what we can do collaboratively. And before I forget to Dr. Osorio, it was so nice talking with Duncan at the PBS 50th anniversary. And Laura, I hope you're well in Texas. Congratulations to your brother on his win. And I saw your parents just down the road from the home last month. Regarding the data that you provided to us, and also touching on what was mentioned just a bit ago, Dr. David Vine, in terms of the Presidio and different examples. Now, my understanding is with the Presidio area, that was put into the land trust with really no benefit truly for the Ohlone people, the Native American people of that area, which for me personally, it doesn't feel too good as an Indigenous person knowing that there is a community benefit, but not necessarily specifically for the native peoples of that, the original peoples of that land. And no true acknowledgement through signage that I've seen. So with that said, do you folks have recommendations in how we can go forward together and what that timeline could look like within the next so many months or year collectively, legislatively on all levels of government with the information that you're providing to us?
Were you directing that at anyone specifically?
I'm
Trustee?
open to any recommendations here. Thank you, Davis.
I will just say, Davis, real quickly, that I think that's an excellent point about the Presidio and the lack of community benefits and guarantees of benefits for Indigenous Ohlone folks. I live in Oakland, California, so it's particularly close to home. And the work I've done with the Chagosian people in the Indian Ocean seeks to avoid exactly that kind of problem, as they now are trying to plan resettlement and return that would prioritize their rights and their lives rather than others who might return to their islands.
And thank you for that. And I would just share, it sounds like, Trustee Akaka, that scenario would require, that in an instance where lands would be returned, there'd have to be a number of steps taken to get to that point. And I think that's what we need to start to discuss at the legislative level. So what does cleanup look like? Where do Hawaiians fit in this picture? I think that asserting sovereignty, which I brought up at one of those early meetings last year, like this is the time to lean into sovereignty, our sovereignty and these unrelinquished claims. There's a number of ways to go about that. And I think a number of outcomes that we could start to target as goals, but ultimately at the low-hanging fruit there would be, why isn't there a first right of refusal for OHA or DHHL on the books? There was for DHHL regarding the settlement, but I think we need to kind of strengthen that first right of refusal. I just asked this question the other night about the 44 acres that was announced as being returned a couple weeks ago. The governor announced 44 acres of land at Kalailoa and on Molokai that was returned to the state. I'm concerned. I don't know what Hawaiians were consulted. I don't know if OHA was consulted on that. I don't know if DHHL was consulted on that. I don't know how clean the land is, right? And I haven't done any homework on it, so I'm not gonna point any fingers at the moment, but I think we need to do our homework on it, and we need to install a process for returning lands. What is the criteria? What does cleanup look like? Who's responsible for cleanup? Are we just taking lands back? Are we going to be left in a predicament like we have with Ko'olave, where they pay out one time, and now Ko'olave is the burden? It's not a burden; it's a blessing, but it is the responsibility now of Hawaii taxpayers to fund Kirk, and that's a problem because that's not our burden to carry alone. Yeah, and so the financial burden anyway. So I think that there's a number of legislative measures that we can create that we can introduce and vet and usher through that process.
I just wanted to just chime in really quickly that, when we set out to do this report, we wanted to, really bring it back to the source of this land. And I think Kyle Kajihiro's chapter really emphasizes from the beginning about this is Native Hawaiian land. And I really want that to be a central part of the conversation around this. And I absolutely think that, the chapter that Davis and David did is the starting point, I think, of next research and next data and analysis that needs to be done about the opportunities that replace a militarized economy for Hawaii. Let's not forget, this is just, we're talking about a very small percentage, less than 20% of the entire US military footprint that this state land can get back from the military. And so I do think it could be a really exciting and hopeful alternative than the status quo that could really produce greater sustainability and security for the Aina and for the Palina. So mahalo nui for inviting us to share our findings.
Hey, Davis, I have a question for you. Do you believe that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs is an appropriate entity to develop or advance a broader valuation methodology that accounts for cultural, environmental, natural resource, and community impacts? And if so, what unique role or value could OHA bring to that process?
I think, yes, I do think OHA should be the entity that starts to examine that and develop a framework that allows us to process value of land, what the value of land is to our people and community. That goes beyond the current fair market value. And with regards to, these military lands specifically, I think that can be useful across sectors, first of all, and not just military held lands for this purpose. But when looking at these military lands, it's really, the challenge we have is, what is the fair market value analysis doesn't fit. You can't make it fit because technically, some would argue, most likely the land is unusable in the instance of Pohakuloa and like Koho'olawe, right? You can't inhabit it. You can't produce food on it. We shared this report with the executives of HECO a couple weeks ago. HECO shared that, the military is their #1 customer. So they're in kind of is an interesting conversation. But, one of the reasons we're engaging HECO is because we want to talk like, what is the potential for repurposing these lands for energy production? And there's risk there as well. You can't have high frequency equipment parked on top of UXOs, right? So we have a lot of challenges. And so what we can do with this land going forward and how we clean it up and how we learn from it, I think is a very important process. And I think OHA should partner with community on it and conduct it. But it can't just be for the sole purpose of determining what is a negotiable value to extend the leases. It needs to be how do we start to express value for these lands that are and waters that are finite here in Hawaii.
Thanks, Davis. Trustee Ona, anyone else? Okay. Thank you so much, Davis, and to all the presenters for bringing this important information to OHA and our beneficiaries and the community. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you all for your time, and want to hopefully invite you back in the future to expand on this report and continue to work together on some of these important issues that we have. And I think Dr. Osorio said something really important, and that is, yes. What did you say, Trustee Ona?
He told us he needs us to carry the torch, to be leaders.
Yeah.
And that's what he's asking of us. And I think that's the message I got today.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
I think that was the thing that resonated with me the most, is that he is putting out the kahea that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs can and should carry the torch to restore these lands, to reclaim their value, and to ensure that the cultural, environmental, and community significance of these lands is recognized for future generations. So mahalo, Dr. Osorio, for driving that home. And thank you so much, David, and everyone else that joined us in person, in Hawaii, and in the continental United States. We really appreciate your time and effort today. Mahalo.
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 It's 10:48. We're going to take a brief recess to thank the ACLU and to reset. And then we'll reconvene in about 5 minutes, do a quick military lease lands permitted interaction group update. And then looking for our legal counsel who should be joining us here soon. So let's take a quick 5 minutes and mahalo the ACLU, and then we'll reconvene. Okay, reconvening the meeting of the Board of Trustees. Trustees, we're moving on to item C on our agenda, which is informational briefing, a quick update, and presentation on the OHA Military Lease Lands Permitted Interaction Group and our Technical Advisory Group. Lehua, do you have anyone signed up to speak on this item?
Yes, our first speaker is Ka'ulu
Oh,
Lu'uvai.
okay, after her, but anyone signed up to speak? Okay, okay. Well, she's part of the tag, so. But anyone else besides her? Who are non-tag members? Members of the general public? So Kikoa is. Okay, so it would be Kikoa and Kalani. Okay, so not Kyle, the other two. Yeah, they're so they would be testifying on this agenda item, right? Okay. Okay. Yeah, bring them on.
All right, our first speaker is Kalani Biel.
Kalani Veal. Okay. Okay. Hi, Kalani.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, great. Thanks for joining us, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay. Aloha, everyone. My name is Kalani. I currently reside in Moanalua, and I'm a youth organizer for Hawaiʻi Peace and Justice. I wanted to begin my testimony by giving OHA, specifically Lāma Ola and Summer, a big mahalo for their efforts in coordinating community meetings to talk about the U.S. military lands expiring in 2029. It has been comforting to see Lāma Ola and Summer implement community feedback into these meetings, like providing the community with printed handouts of the presentation, asking trustees to show up to these meetings, and allowing extra time for the community to ask questions if needed. My hope is that OHA will continue to take community feedback and implement it. I also hope OHA takes their role seriously and sees how they are key decision makers in what happens to these lands if given to their department. While it is no secret our community lacks trust in OHA due to financial controversies, also due to OHA being a state agency, which a lot of us do not subscribe to the idea of a fake illegal state, and also minimal fulfillment of OHA's mission statement. OHA claims all lands held by their department will return to the Hawaiian Kingdom once a sovereign entity is established, but fails to provide the community with the framework of reestablishing the said sovereign entity. As pointed out in the True Cost of the Military in Hawaiʻi report, OHA will be taking on a huge liability for these lands that have been infected by unexploded ordinances and PFAS. The report highlights a conservative amount to begin investigation and remediation of 3 sites currently infected by PFAS will cost $500 million. I hope to see OHA advocate for the funds needed to restore these lands. Also highlighting the report, the military is said to have a $1.5 trillion budget for the 2027 fiscal year. And according to Noelani Kalipi, the military is starting a budget for remediation of these lands like Makua, but stated that the budget would only be around $100 million. $100 million is not even 1% of 1.5 trillion. With the NDAA soon being finalized for the 2027 fiscal year, I hope OHA has legal frameworks ready to implement to make sure the NDAA for the 2028 and 2029 fiscal years do not allow the military to change their verbiage allowing for condemnation of these stolen lands. The military is not waiting until 2029 to figure out what to do with these lands, and neither should OHA. OHA should be ready to take a radical stance in ceasing all military leases in Hawaiʻi. OHA should also be ready to co-manage these lands with vetted Aloha Aina organizations and cultural practitioners by providing funding and the resources needed to remediate the desecration these lands have faced. If OHA is going to Awamo the Kuleana of these lands, they should be ready to hold the U.S. military accountable in helping different organizations clean up these lands and continue to advocate on the state level these public lands belong to the Hawaiian Kingdom. To end, as a young Native Hawaiian whose family has experienced the repercussions of displacement from our Aina, I'm ready to hold every decision maker accountable. I'm ready to see frameworks implemented that recognize and assert our Native Hawaiian rights as tenants of these lands. I'm ready to see our community move beyond consultation and into action, stewardship, and Awamo Kuleana. If OHA is not prepared to fight for the return, protection, and restoration of these lands, then our communities must be prepared to do so ourselves. But if our communities are forced to take on that kuleana ourselves, I hope OHA will also be prepared to advocate for us at the state level and make sure that Native Hawaiians exercising their native tenant rights and fulfilling their kuleana are not unnecessarily criminalized. These lands are not simply military assets, state assets, or OHA's assets. They are aina, and they carry the history, identity, and the future of our people. I hope OHA understands the urgency of this moment and is prepared to stand with the community, not simply manage what remains of our stolen land. The goal should be to live our culture, not learn about it in a museum. Mahalo.
Mahalo so much, Kalani. Lehua, next testifier.
Next testifier is Ke Kuvela.
Aloha.
Puavela Burgess Tawala. I'm here as a young Kanaka Wahine who cares deeply about the future of our Aina and our Lahui. I was born and raised in the Moku and Ahupua of Waianae. My ohana has lived here for multiple generations. We have deep ties and pilina with our community and this Aina. I hope that my mo'opuna can grow up in this Aina we call home, but I also hope that all of our future generations can grow up in a safe and thriving Hawaii. First, I'd like to mahalo all the members of the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, OHA, for their efforts to keep our communities engaged and updated regarding the expiring military leases with the multiple community meetings that they've been hosting and the surveys. I appreciate their efforts towards transparency and accountability. It's a reminder that their position as a Hawaiian serving entity comes with a lot of power and a lot of responsibility. There's kuleana they all hold in building pilina with these communities, the stewardship of the lands after the leases expire, and the improvement of the community's well-being, health, and safety. I encourage OHA to continue engaging with the community, but to also really understand what it takes to build genuine pilina. With more pilina and trust building between OHA and these communities, we can have more productive conversations around the planning of these lands. My hope is that all these leased lands are returned to Kanaka Oiwi, residents, and those who have genealogical ties. To get to that goal, we all need to be part of the planning process. In regards to the future of these lands, I have a few concerns I'd like to address. Ideally, for the lands in Makua Valley, Malama Makua and other huis would be co-managing the lands in Makua with OHA. Would this be the same process for other leased lands in Kahuku, Kawailoa Pomoho, and Pohakuloa? I believe this is a Pono approach to upholding the community's voices and decisions with how these lands should be utilized. With the plan of co-management, there must be a balance between OHA's and the community's input. When there aren't other community organizations or organizers like Malama Makua to hold that balance and share that power, how can we trust that OHA is doing what's best for the interest of the communities? In regards to the restoration and cleanup of these lands when the leases expire, I think it's important to start thinking of who is part of this process and how we go about it. I ask that OHA continues to be transparent about their commitments to support the cleanup efforts of these lands. In a perfect world, the U.S. military would be the ones to clean up after themselves, but I have a strong feeling that may not be the case. So what are some of OHA's resources or sources of funding that they are willing to use to ensure that these lands are clean and restored in a timely manner? Lastly, I support OHA to continue utilizing and promoting kapa'akai analysis as a tool to hold the U.S. military accountable and to make sure that the U.S. military is abiding by the responsibilities outlined in the analysis. I believe that the return and restoration of all military leased lands must remain a priority at OHA. When you malama the land, you malama the people. In my experience, I have witnessed a level of mistrust between OHA and my community. I see this as an opportunity for OHA to repair this broken trust. We are trusting and counting on you to do what is pono. It is all our responsibility to make sure that these lands are returned, and that we are prepared to malama it. And that the communities connected to these places have a meaningful role in determining their future. Mahalo nui loa for your time and for your continued work on behalf of the Lahui.
Thank you so much for your testimony, for both of you. We really, really appreciate the time you took to join us today. Anyone else besides Dr. Kajuhira and Koulu?
One more person, Melvin Mason Jr.
Okay, and then that'll be the last one. Aloha, Melvin.
Yeah, aloha, Kai. Aloha, Chair.
Hey, aloha.
Hey,
We can hear you and you're recognized.
Yeah, mahalo. Yeah, I think aloha, for the sense of this is that I'm testifying today on this agenda that I think would change a lot. We've always seen the mismanagement of everything, with the state of Hawaii overall managing it. I think long story short, that we should create an entity that is government underneath OHA and governed in that position with all military leases in that entity managing it. Because autonomous in the things that we have, with OHA for its creation, I think one of the biggest things that it should generalize is the value itself, not just strategic for military, but strategic for the value of everyone. I think that, in any type of war, or act of war, sieges upon, the inevitable. And, we've witnessed over time, from the bombing of Pearl Harbor to, the bombing to Japan, and yet, Japan became an ally. And, one of which was, I think with Japan is more of an ally with the hula dancers in Japan. There's more of them than literally as an army, loving the culture and the traditions and the values of what we have, more than the population that we have on this earth. So I think in general, in many different ways and facets, is that how can we cultivate the value of the Aina, for its true creation? We're going to perish. It's a short-term life for all of us. I think the maintenance and, the time being, I think in general circumstances, there's many questions to ask. And, I'll submit a questionnaire to the board and to OHA, and, because it's kind of long, but I know for what I've done and studied, for the leases that I've developed my own self, in things in valuing the Aina more than what it is. I've developed the companies that I've witnessed, even like with yesterday, I've, talking about forensic auditing. I think we should even start with the military now. And I'm sure, the military can pay the bill because, the President of the United States is the commander-in-chief, and the President of the United States can print more bonds, print more money and pay the bill, and Kai, it's been kind of joking from me for many years. I've been telling the military, I said, hey, we just sent Kai Kahele, on the C-17, go pick up our cash and, pay the rent. And I always stated that. And the military knows this. I've been on the bases because my father was military. And, and because of the drone training facilities and things that we developed with education and training with drones, I've been there. So I know in conversation with PACOM and things that is there, I'm sure that, they'll be very open to paying. And, we should be starting at $17 billion for what they already have in hand. But there's an additional part that we need to look into, is because there's titlements of land titles that is under United States of America, all capital letters. And who is the United States of America? What department has the title of their lands? They have more lands in holding than just what they have in Puakaloa and other places. So it's something that we need to also look at, because, as a country of the United States of America, owning land and having titles in Hawaii, what is the title? What Olodoro patent, Kuleana, Land Court Awards, Land Commission Awards, quick clean deeds, quiet clean deeds, it's things that needs to be of question. So the question is that is already answered. The state of Hawaii as a whole, since 1959 statehood, no can manage the property. So it should behoove, because listening to all these testimonies and now the young generation speaking out, is that we need to actually put it into a place where it's vetted. And I'm sure the military are open, and especially with the natives. Or, as you call it, we being called Native Hawaiian, in Kanaka Opoi, Kanaka Kopai Aina. It seems like every time they create a new venue of moving money, they're trying to create another entity. So I think we should have an entity under OHA and just strictly managing Aina. And I think that there should be a correspondence to what Trustee Galadera, you mentioned yesterday, about what you guys are really looking forward into the forensics and department. So I appreciate the time.
Thanks,
It's something
Melvin.
I think that I'll submit later. Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo. All right, before recognizing Kolu and Dr. Kajihiro, I just want to give a quick update from the Military Lease Lands PIG. So as you guys well know, we established this at the beginning of the year, and it culminates its work by November, before the general election. There obviously is work that is not going to stop because of federal legislation that will continue past the general election until the ending of this current Congress. But what, trustees, you have is a summary report up to date from Aiken Gump, which is the Office of Foreign Affairs advocacy team in Washington, D.C. that is helping OHA and our beneficiaries navigate the current 119th Congress. There's a couple key highlights in here I just would like to highlight from Aiken. The 119th Congress is winding to a close, and there are two must-pass pieces of legislation before the end of this Congress. One of them is the fiscal year 2027 government funding, and the other would be the National Defense Authorization Act. As far as OHA is concerned, the principal federal legislative priority during this period is the FY27 NDAA, and specifically protecting the favorable Senate language that exists in the Senate version of the NDAA, which is currently Senate Bill 4784. The House-passed version of the NDAA did not include any language concerning military lease lands in Hawaii. That did pass the United States House of Representatives on the 22nd of July. The Senate version of the NDAA, which is Senate Bill 4784, passed out of the Senate Armed Services Committee on June 15th, but was not given consideration on the floor due to the war in Iran and the Department of War's request for over $1 trillion in funding to support those conflicts. And so that bill likely will not be passed by the floor of the United States Senate, and will just go into a conferencing of not only committee staff, but obviously the chairs of the committee. Final action on the NDA is therefore likely after the November general election, sometime between November and December, during what they call the lame duck session of Congress, as the 119th Congress comes to a conclusion. Within Senate Bill 4784 is Section 2864, which has favorable Hawaii military lease lands provisions. First and foremost, it does not authorize condemnation or eminent domain or any type of permanent acquisition of these lands. It does direct the United States Army toward negotiated lease renewals that are acceptable to both the state of Hawaii and the Department of the Army. It requires an additional environmental review that addresses previously identified deficiencies in the U.S. Army's final EIS that was rejected by the Board of Land and Natural Resources. And it also requires the Secretary of the Army to report back to Congress regarding any proposals and actions undertaken to advance the lease renewal process. So clearly the United States Senate, is not authorizing any type of forcible taking of any lands in Hawaii, and is sending a clear message to the United States Army to address its environmental review deficiencies and to work together with the state of Hawaii in a future disposition of these lands. And so those provisions are consistent with OHA's provisions that the lands should be held in the public land trust and should remain in that land trust to benefit Native Hawaiians. And so we're going to do everything we can to protect the Senate language. When the House and Senate conferees and leadership and staff meet, those will be opportunities for OHA to engage and to emphasize the importance of the Senate language, that it stays in the final draft version of the bill. Another issue that is going to affect this is the expected departure of the Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll, who, you know, as we well know, had multiple conversations with Governor Green last year. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs made a formal request to meet with the Secretary of the Army, but was denied that opportunity by the principal civilian leaders who communicated to the Office of Hawaiian Affairs that we would not be able to meet with Secretary of the Army, or even at this point, the Secretary of the Army's designated point person in Hawaii, Lieutenant General Vowell, here at the U.S. Army Pacific. And so that request is still on the table. OHA still wants to meet with the senior Army civilian and uniformed leaders to discuss this particular issue. But with Secretary Driscoll's departure, it will, you know, add an additional element into this issue, because there may not be any Senate confirmed civilian leader of the United States Army. And where does that put both the state and OHA in terms of who will be assuming decision-making and responsibility for these leases at the Pentagon? Our priorities over the next 60 to 120 days, especially as it relates to our DC advocacy, should center on protecting Section 2864 in the U.S. Senate version of the NDAA when the House and Senate negotiate. Make sure our Hawaii congressional delegation know that that language is favorable to OHA's position. We should do everything we can to engage relevant Senate and House Armed Services Committee members and staff, monitor any floor action. We should also work together with the governor and his team, along with Hawaii's congressional delegation, monitor Secretary Driscoll's anticipated departure. For those of us that went to Washington, D.C., myself, Chair Emerita, and Trustee Souza, we also met with Bob Johnson at the Pentagon. Bob Johnson has retired. So it's another vacuum of leadership on this particular issue, especially Bob Johnson, who spent a lot of time on this issue and spent a lot of time developing relationships, especially out in Makua, with Sparky and Auntie Lynette Cruz and others. And so I just recently learned that he retired. So there is some leadership vacuum at the Department of Defense that will affect this issue. What to watch in the next 90 days? We do expect the House to return shortly after Labor Day, sometime next week. And they should start normal legislative business shortly thereafter. OHA's will, myself included, go to Washington, D.C. at the end of September to meet with House and Senate congressional leaders. And then we have the midterm elections on November 3rd. And then Congress is targeted to adjourn by the 19th of December. And we will see what happens regarding the National Defense Authorization Act. So that's the update from Aiken Gump. The second update is on the Military Lease Lands documentary that the Military Lease Lands Budget and Permitted Interaction Group was authorized. That documentary is scheduled to begin airing on Thursday, October 8th. We have Dawn here, who is working on producing the documentary along with Ruben and the Kalaimoku group. It is starting to move into its final production and editing phase. The crew accompanied the OHA delegation to Kaho'olawe, which I had to be, or got to be a part of, and so that was completed August 10th and 11th. We will have an opportunity to start to do OHA review and feedback about the middle of September, with the final revisions and the completion of the documentary early October. But the airtime has been secured on Hawaii's major networks to begin airing Thursday, October 8th, and subsequently thereafter. And we also have the following week our OHA candidate forums that feature the candidates for the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Trustee seat. So there will be a lot of statewide attention that the Office of Hawaiian Affairs will be putting forth in the middle of October, just prior to the November general election. The OHA Military Lease Lands Technical Advisory Group, of which we have 15 really dedicated and amazing, thoughtful leaders that have given up several of their Saturdays and a lot of their time to provide some expertise. We have been meeting at least over half a dozen times since this PIG was put together. We are having a technical advisory group meeting this afternoon today, and we'll also have an opportunity to speak to some of the members of the Governor's Advisory Committee. But we do have two individuals on our technical advisory group here, Ka'ulu Lu'uvai in person and online, Dr. Kyle Kajihiro. So I wanted to give them an opportunity from their perspective as members of our TAG to introduce yourselves and just offer a little bit of comments on your thoughts on what you have heard maybe today and your experience serving on the TAG and as well as our recent trip to Kaho'olawe. So let's start with Ka'ulu.
Good morning, trustees. Ka'ulu Lu'uvai. I am a fellow with Kahuliao Center for Excellence in Native Hawaiian Law, and I'm also a member of the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana. So just here to share my experience on the technical advisory group at a high level. So I've been leading the Law and Policy Subcommittee under the TAG, and it's largely made up of attorneys. We have some other non-attorneys, but mostly lawyers who have some familiarity or expertise in the area of public land trust, natural resources. And our subcommittee has just been exploring legal questions that have been posed by the TAG in general, and then some that our subcommittee wants to address. And they're mainly regarding the lease lands at Pohakuloa. So looking at just these critical legal questions that OHA should be informed on as they look at their strategy, going forward. And so we've been reviewing and analyzing state and federal statutes, case law, and other political factors that might affect these lands and the military's ability mostly to retain these lands under different conditions as the expiration of the leases transpires. And so the intent of our subcommittee really is to inform the TAG on the recommendations that we will make to this board eventually to help inform the board's approach and strategy in addressing, this once-in-a-generation issue for our people. And so I'd like to just thank the board for approving the TAG to bring together a diverse group of experts and community members onto this committee. And we've spent hours in meetings and on, wrestling with these critical issues. And so it's been a lot of good dialogue and just exploring these, important questions we have. And so I'd also like to thank Chair Kahele and Interim CEO Summer Silva for their leadership on the TAG. I think it's been really important. And OHA's convening of this TAG, I think, will lend a lot of credibility, as these explorations approach on the state and national level. So I think that's another really good thing to keep in mind. And I'm available for questions, but just wanted to share my experience. It's been very positive, and overall, I think it will lead to a good outcome and, for you folks to fulfill your fiduciary duty to the beneficiaries. Mahalo.
Thanks, Ka'ulu, and thanks for taking us to Kaho'olawe. For those of us that could go, it was an incredible experience and came away with, new inspired ideas of how to deal with this, once in a generational moment for us. And so, it was a great trip. Look forward to going back.
I think it's really important to, just add that we look to the past, and how do we move forward. Kaho'olawe has a lot of great examples and lessons learned, positive and negative, that I think we can just take into consideration as we make decisions around certain aspects. And so I think it was very informative for the TAG members who went, and, if anybody has questions, we've been, as part of my role in the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, we have been trying to document and share out these lessons more to the public as part of education, so that we have an understanding of how we can learn from the past to inform our future decisions.
Awesome. Let's go to Dr. Kajihira, and then if trustees have questions, we can do that. Hey, Kyle.
Hey, aloha nui kako. Mahalo Chair Kahele and trustees for invitation to comment. My name is Kyle Kajihiro. I'm an assistant professor of ethnic studies at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I'm also a board member of Malama Makua. And I don't have prepared comments, but I just wanted to express my thanks and appreciation for OHA's vision and political courage to take on this issue. You know, it's about a year ago that about 39 Hawaiian groups issued a statement at the Iolani Palace, sort of challenging OHA and others to step up and take on this question. And so I really applaud you for doing so and putting actually resources behind this initiative. It's been an honor to serve on the tag alongside really extraordinary team members. I've learned a lot from our conversations. And I think, you know, one of the things that I take away is that this issue of the Hawaiian trust lands affects everyone, but especially Native Hawaiians. And when I've asked the military at various public meetings for their assurances that they will not pursue condemnation, right? They would try to resolve this question in a way that was respectful of Hawaiian claims to these lands, I only got silence. And I think that silence speaks volumes about the inherent historical problem of the U.S. role in overthrowing the Queen, taking over these lands, and that they still hold that nuclear option in their hands. And that's very unsettling. So, you know, OHA's stepping into this gap and giving leadership has actually made a significant difference from affecting the NDAA outcomes for 2 years now, blocking condemnation in this legislation. The community outreach has been happening, and I you know, applaud Summer and Kai and Lynn Ala for you know, going through these meetings and sometimes taking hits. People have all kinds of stuff that they wanna throw at OHA, but it is the responsibility of OHA to be there, to share and hear from the community and to take those back. And I think you've been doing a really good role at that. The education campaign, including this documentary, I think is really tremendous. To have the resources put behind this kind of campaign is really valuable. And looking at alternative valuation of land, community benefits, the legal analysis, all of that has been really outstanding. I sit on the subcommittee that's looking at the cultural impacts, cultural preservation, and most of what we've been discussing have been the how OHA can support a robust and comprehensive kapa'akai analysis for these leased lands moving forward. It's somewhat stalled in that you know, the military is refusing to actually engage with the state process at this point. But it's still, I think it can still happen and it could set a new standard in what kapa'akai analysis could look like. And one of the things we've discussed is how beyond just interviewing cultural practitioners, people with historical knowledge of places, and OHA could take a more proactive role in actually facilitating access to these places, working with the frontline communities, helping people gain access so that they can kilo what's there. And I think that this is one of the harms that's hard to document, but that happens in many of these places where the military has taken land and have denied people access to these places, is that generationally, knowledge and pilina to the places erode, right? These are, there's a degradation of cultural practice in places when people are denied access. And so to open up that access, to facilitate it, and for people to, again, become familiar with those places and intimate with those places, opens up new ways of seeing, new ways of understanding place. And I saw this in my own research with the history of the Protect Kaho'olawe Ohana, is that when cultural PKO members accompanied the archaeologists on their surveys, the cultural practitioners saw things, came to new understandings about the significance of Kaho'olawe that would not have been available just from the historical record and the archives and so forth. And so having access, regaining a kind of a living relationship with place is really important to actually doing a proper kapa'akai analysis, especially when there's been a denial of access for so long. And then also, I just want to recognize that, these different sites are at different levels of development in terms of their movement and the where things are at with regard to the military. So in Makua, we're really thankful that the military has said they're not going to continue with a retention of the state lands. We're talking about how all of the valley could come back at some point, and there's many decisions that we're trying to figure out about how that could happen. And so we appreciate that OHA's willingness to stand with us and figure out how to support us without sort of stepping in front of the community. I think that's been really valuable. But then looking at other sites, like we know that Pohakuloa is going to be the place where there's most contention over the future of those lands. And those communities, have some access, but it's not been formalized, right? There's no settlement agreement that binds the military to allowing regular access and the terms of those access. Maybe could this be something that OHA facilitates with the cultural groups there on Hawaii Island to secure their rights? And at the same time, if it comes down to the fact that community will take a stand and do nonviolent action like happened with Mauna Kea, what role can OHA play to support and protect the protectors, right? Exercising their kuleana to protect these lands. Can OHA play a role in supporting logistically, supporting with legal defense and all the other things that when kia'i step up and take risks, personal risks to their safety, to their livelihood, can OHA play a role in protecting them and supporting them? I think those are the only comments I have. This is, as many have said, this is a once in a lifetime, once in a generation opportunity to get lands back. And I think within that, it's repairing harm and realizing, accountability for the debt that's owed. There's been so much taken that really is owed to Hawaiian people, but also that there's an opportunity in this moment of change, right, to reset the relationship, redefine what these relationships look like between OHA, Kanaka Maoli, and the state, and with the federal government and the military, and to see the opportunities in the process of healing a place like Makua and restoring Aina, removing unexploded ordnance. There's opportunity to create new kinds of knowledge, to train a workforce, and the way we're defining it, create a university of Makua. Makua as a teacher, as a place where we can, create a different kind of future for Makua, Waianae, and the larger Pai'aina. So mahalo for the opportunity to share with you folks, and I hope you will reconstitute the permitted interaction group and the technical advisory group after it sunsets formally, because I think it's been very valuable and important for this issue. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kyle. Le'inala, can you come up real quick? And while she's coming up, I kind of lead the communication subcommittee, and obviously the communication piece is multifaceted, but the documentary is a key part of that, and having been on Spotlight the other day and talking about this issue, even trying to explain to Yanji and their viewers about the public land trust in like 15 seconds was not easy. But even that baseline knowledge of the historical nature of these lands, the historical injustices of these lands, and how Native Hawaiians' rights were taken away from these lands, that's a really important piece that we need to educate the broader community on through our communication efforts and our documentary and the work that we're going to do in the fall. In terms of legislative advocacy, there's a couple things. I know the military lease land presentations will continue through the fall, right, Le'inala?
We have the Maui one on September 26th scheduled, and then we're having a hanaho of our Wahiawa presentation based on community request, and those are currently the last scheduled ones.
We'll probably do a shorter abbreviated presentation at our Hawaii Island Board of Trustee, either meeting or the community meeting the night before back at UH Hilo. We were supposed to have a presentation yesterday, or no, tomorrow. And that's going to be rescheduled at the legislature.
Correct, for the Hawaiian and Public Safety House committees.
Okay, great. And then in terms of upcoming legislation, is your team working with Chair Galutaria on the upcoming legislative session and potential bills that would touch on this issue? I know sometimes we try to start them at the Civic Club committee level like we did last year. And I know that's coming up real soon in terms of getting bills into the queue for consideration at the Association of Hawaiian Civic Clubs Convention in Oregon that sometimes lead to actually bills that we introduce at the legislature. Any update on that?
We have not formally introduced any Civic Club resolutions or requested that they be. We have the standing ones that were passed last year related to end of destructive live fire training. And there's also been movement just from our beneficiaries, including Ka'imo, who works here. They have, Kalihi Palama has independently advanced a resolution formally requesting that OHA be added to the governor's negotiation team. So that was an independent beneficiary action. But we have been in looser discussions with community if there's additional ideas. There's been, as Kyle and others have mentioned, a demand really from the community to see, especially at Makua, lands that are coming back, what kind of co-stewardship is possible, what kind of workforce development, and there's possible, legislation opportunities to support that type of co-management, co-stewardship, and economic development potential. But we don't have anything finalized at this point. Our date to bring legislative proposals to the board is on September 23rd.
Okay.
That's our timeline.
Okay, and I think the final thing for the advocacy team is we're going to move forward real quick in the next few days on the Kapakai analysis and the environmental EA broader assessment piece that was left, and currently is not being moved by the Army. And so OHA is going to take on at Kuleana, and we're going to start doing that and looking for a firm group to work with on that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to underscore what Kyle said in his testimony, which, as he mentioned, is something we've discussed in our subcommittee, is that we really think it would be valuable in setting a precedent for best practice for a Kapakai analysis in the military lands in specific, because people have been cut off generationally, that we work with the different armed services branches to have those community access in place. Places like Kohuku, we heard from the community when Trustee Ahuna was there with us the other week, they have a really hard time getting access. And they want to have that access, and in part for the same reason that Kyle was just talking about, to have that experience in place that informs, whatever stories you've heard, whatever melodies you've heard, whatever kind of knowledge you have, but you have an experience in place yourself, and that being really important to the Kapakai analysis.
Okay. Any questions, trustees, for Ka'ulu or Dr. Kajuhiro? He might have signed off before we, Trustee Galtier.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out to the board that the makeup of the tag is very robust with a lot of cultural expertise. But what I wanted to point out was that we also have members who are former military generals and majors. So when they hear something that could be adverse, they don't worry about telling us. So we have, I think, a very balanced, robust tag. I just want to share that with the group.
Yep. Trustee Ahuna?
Are we sunsetting that group?
Yeah, right now the tag was sunset just before the general election because several members of our tag are part of that.
I've heard comments that we should continue.
Yeah, I mean, For sure. I think, once the general election happens, we'll wait a month for the certification of the candidates. We'll elect and seat the new trustees, elect the new leadership for the next board, and then that board leadership can decide whether to reconstitute the tag. Yeah. Yeah. Might be one of the first things the new leadership does in December. I don't know. Because time is of the essence, especially with the federal NDAA that'll be discussed and contemplated passing by Congress just before the end of December. Okay, trustees, anything else? All right, thank you so much. Mahalo nui loa. Okay, let's see. Thanks, Kyle. Okay, that's that. I'd like to take the agenda out of order. I'd like to move item D, which is the discussion of Hurricane Lala, to the end of our agenda. We have action items in the Budget and Finance Committee that I think we can get through real quickly. The chair is going to defer action on agenda item E, action item number 1. Hearing the testimony from several trustees, I want to wait to bring this for final board approval to our September 10th meeting so we can get the requested information that different trustees had. And so I'd like to defer that item, but I'd like to recognize Chair Waihe'e to bring to the board action item BF 2619. It's number 2 on the agenda, the Kulana Aina Food Systems and Workforce Program, for final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to authorize the release of fiscal year 2027 funds totaling $442,600 for continued implementation of OHA's Kulana Aina Food Systems and Workforce Program, pursuant to the proviso attached to the FY 26-27 biennium budget.
Lehua, do you have any public testimony on this? Okay. Trustees, any discussion? All right, roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina is excused. Trustee Alapa. Aye. Trustee Galutaria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Aye. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 8 yes votes.
Okay, thanks, Chair Waihe'e. Trustees, I'd like to go into executive session at this time. We have 2 executive session minutes to approve, as well as a legal matter discussion with our board counsel. So can I get a motion to go into executive session pursuant to HRS section 92-5? Thank you, Chair Merida. Any public testimony on going to executive session? Okay.
We have Ethan.
Ethan.
Okay, he's moving over. Ethan, you have 5 minutes. You can unmute yourself.
Oh, there he is. Hi, Ethan. Thanks for joining us. You're muted right now.
Unmute.
Okay, we
can
got
you
you
guys
now.
hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Loud and clear. Okay. Aloha kākou to the board. Mahalo nui loa for allowing me to speak on the matters facing the board today. I just wanted to kind of reiterate the Hawaii legislature's constitutional entitlement to speak on the matter. Under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution, it is the state's legislature that has the right to authorize the erections of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other useful buildings that the U.S. Needs for military purposes. And I believe it is in their particular purview that would give them the constitutional authority to give authorization under the emoluments clause. And I just wanted to make sure that I at least voiced that type of opinion for the board. And I just wanted to reassert Hawaii State's legislature's constitutional authority for that position to go over military leases, because I believe it falls underneath their purview. And I just also wanted to reassert that it is the original Pearl Harbor bases, that is the foundational Hawaiian Kingdom naval base that Kalakaua set up in 1887. And it is the Hawaiian Kingdom's naval base that started the operations for international trade, according to our naval positions in the world. And I just wanted to make sure that as a member of the Lahui and the Maka'ainana, that I gave a voice to that historical assertion. And I just wanted to commend all of you for these complex interactions and topics. I'm just a simple instructor up here in the continent, and I'm very, appreciative of all the hard work that each and every one of you individuals do. And, my aloha to all of you. And I just wanted to kind of leave that mana'o with you guys. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Ethan. Where are you joining us from?
Currently, I'm in Arizona. So I'm up here in Navajo country. And, my brothers and sisters up here in the Navajo country have been great to us. So I just wanted to share my aloha to the president of the Navajo Nation, and then to the Yavapai Nation down here too.
Awesome. Well, it's nice to see that hi Hawaii in your back.
Thank you.
In your background. Thanks for joining us all the way from Arizona. Mahalo.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else, Lehua?
No one else is
All right.
signed up.
Discussion on exec session? Nope. Okay. Roll call.
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina is excused. Trustee Alapa. Aye. Trustee Lindsay. Aye. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
Chair Kahele.
Aye.
You have 8 yes votes. We will be moving into executive session.
Reconvening the meeting of the Board of Trustees for August 27th, the chair would like to report out that in executive session, the Board of Trustees approved the executive session minutes of February 5th and March 19th, 2026. And it also took action to authorize council to engage in settlement negotiations and a potential settlement in a legal liability case against the Office of Hawaiian Affairs. Trustees, we're now moving to the last item on our agenda, which is item D. It's a discussion and update regarding the impacts of Hurricane Lala across the state of Hawaii and the status of OHA's response efforts, including ongoing data gathering and assessment of impacts on Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and communities, coordination with governmental, nonprofit, and community response partners, and implementation of authorized emergency relief resources through OHA's Lala Emergency Relief Fund, including program number 1, which is a Kokua Ka'u Relief Fund. Do we have anyone signed up to speak on this?
Yes, we have one person. We have Jermaine Myers.
Okay, and then the chair will invite up Keishawn, as well as Summer and other members of the administration who will present on Hurricane Lala efforts. So we'll bring up Jermaine. Okay, I'll be back.
Jermaine, if you can hear us, you can speak on this item. Your hand was up.
Okay, are there any other testifiers?
There are no other testifiers for this item.
Alrighty. At this time, I'm going to call up Keishawn and Summer. We're going to have a discussion on the update regarding the impacts of Hurricane Lala across the state of Hawaii and the status of OHA's response efforts, including ongoing data gathering and assessments of impacts on Native Hawaiian beneficiaries and communities, coordination with governmental, nonprofit, and community response partners, and implementation of authorized emergency relief resources through OHA's Lala Emergency Relief Fund, including Program 1 and the Kokua Ka'u Relief Fund. Aloha, guys.
Lāma Kukui, Trustees, I'm just going to ask that we pull up our presentation here in a couple minutes. You will be getting a copy of what is being shown on the screen and distributed. No, okay, could we move to presenter mode, please? Okay. Okay, perfect. You can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. All right, so what we want to share today is larger than just an update on individual emergency relief programs. Over the past year, OHA has continuously developed a more intentional way of identifying emerging threats, understanding where our beneficiaries are experiencing the greatest needs, and then mobilizing the appropriate resources to respond. This progression has included direct financial assistance, partnerships, community-based programs, emergency purchasing, communications, and direct field operations. The common thread has been an effort to move from awareness to action in a way that is data-informed, coordinated, and focused on filling gaps for our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. One of the important developments has been what happens before an emergency response is ever activated. Our operations team is continuously monitoring official weather hazard and emergency management information. We use legitimate sources such as NOAA in order to get that information, but monitoring alone is not the goal. The information is assessed against geography, severity, access, potential impacts to our employees, facilities, and increasingly, what those conditions may mean for our beneficiaries. From there, we coordinate internally and externally. We determine whether activation is necessary, and we mobilize resources and ensure that we're communicating. I think that's an important evolution for OHA, given the fact that we've become less reactive and actually better positioned to see conditions developing, understand their potential impacts, and begin preparing for the next event that happens. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, if you could go back one slide. What you're seeing on the screen here, oh, you're gonna have to go back to slide 3, please. Yeah. What you're seeing here is actually speaking to our damage assessments. Most recently, it's been the Kokua Ka'u data, where over 3,000 estimated Native Hawaiians in Ka'u live, and over 831 estimated Native Hawaiian households exist. There have been over 400 damage reports to date. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Now, before getting into Ka'u, I briefly want to show the progression of our emergency relief efforts, because these programs are important building blocks in getting us to where we are today. Our first Iola response was stood up during the federal government shutdown. That effort ultimately served more than 3,500 beneficiaries and provided over $2 million in assistance. That demonstrated that OHA could stand up a substantial emergency assistance program quickly and leverage an external partner to reach beneficiaries at scale. If you look at Iola, the Kona Low on the left-hand side, we have 138 approved applicants. This program is close to completion. And through this, the board had pivoted, allocating $2.9 million to this emergency. And we moved into a more targeted portfolio of programs based on the different gaps that were identified. So Iola has approximately expended $1.33 million distributed directly to beneficiaries. Hawaiian Council has a strong remaining applicant pipeline, and at this current pace, we expect that this program will be completed or close to completion within the next month. You'll also see Mahiai. At this point, we have 21 paid out awards in this category, and with $156,000 dispersed to 41 beneficiaries. Sorry, that's an updated number. We also have $195,000 in total projected beneficiary disbursements. So approximately 15,000 remains pending beneficiary responses, and after which this program will move into final reconciliation and close out as well. The Malama Honua Disaster Fund received 74 applications statewide. 6 applications have been approved to date with $60,000 distributed. And also our Ina'i Kokua gift card program. This program has been completely distributed with 190 awards totaling $380,000. So we are now seeing programs that move all the way from identifying a specific need and concept to program design and activation, all the way through to ultimate completion. There's also an inherent balance between speed and program integrity. Each program moves through necessary phases to ensure beneficiary trust resources reach eligible beneficiaries for their intended purposes. At this time, we recognize that we need to give beneficiaries greater visibility into where they are in our processes. Next slide, please. So in terms of leveraging partnerships, these 2 programs demonstrate how OHA can intentionally leverage those partnerships and expand our execution capacity. Hawaiian Council has provided important administrative and beneficiary-facing capacity for those programs, and OHA has retained the responsibility for program direction, funding authorization, oversight, and accountability. There have been important lessons along the way. particularly through EOLA. Some of those lessons were the structure of the funding and the contract, but we've been able to implement that as we have stood up more programs and also seen more of these weather events that have affected Hawaii. The point I would have emphasized is that partnership does not mean outsourcing responsibility. And we have, protocols and procedures that ensure that that part is taken care of. Next slide, please. So this picture depicts some of the initial efforts for our Kokua Ka'u rapid response in action. $338,000 of those resources were mobilized by this board. And on day one of our action, we were actually able to charter a helicopter in order to get into areas that no other agency could. And we did resource airdrops to that community. So with the data that we've aggregated, there's been 40 plus isolated households that were supported through this operation, and 60 plus additional households supported through nonprofit distribution within the area. And once again, I just want to highlight that our approach changed. So not only did we start with the airdrops because Ka'u was completely inaccessible, once we were able to clear some roads and get access to that, we switched our approach to on-the-ground convoy resource distribution and also assisting those community hubs that were stood up. And it was actually OHA that put that heavy equipment operator in Ka'u to help clear those roads. Yeah. So as of August 26, almost $28,000 has been expended from the $338,000 that was appropriated. I also want to state that we are going to be cutting our third check to nonprofit community partners that are helping with these community operations and the hub distributions. So that will be an additional $15,000 of those resources. None of these figures that we're talking about have been reviewed by our fiscal services because the way that we are expending, we put procedures in place so that we could have fast approvals, but we will ensure that all of the back end is taken care of once available. So one thing about this response as well is we did not predetermine every item from Honolulu and send a generic package to Ka'u. What we did was we inventoried the KTA and Foodland gift cards and financial services, and we put our resources closer to the emergency so that we could actually understand what's happening on the ground and make the purchases that the community actually needed. Next slide, please. And when we talk about the one OHA response, this was not a single effort of a single paya or a team. This was an effort that everybody contributed to. Every single department had a hand in making this successful. And when I see something like this, like that, to me tells me that organizational capacity is being built in various ways. And each of these the departments that you see here had somebody that contributed that was essentially tied very closely to the emergency response. And this is a win for all of us. Next slide, please. So what we are building now, I spoke to organizational capacity. I do want to turn it over to Summer to talk a little bit about the comparisons between programs that have been stood up in the past to what we are building today. And then I just want to make sure that we close out with a video of some of the action that OHA has taken over the past couple weeks, or past 10 days actually.
Mahalo, and I want to thank Keishon and the team, all of those PAIA leaders for really stepping up and dedicating, honestly, countless hours, a lot of good ideas and stamina for this work, quite frankly. You know, as we continue responding to the immediate needs, we're also taking a really deliberate look at our own performance, what's working, where we're seeing measurable impacts, and where we need to do better. And I want to share a few high-level observations today that are going to start that conversation we intend to bring back to the board an assessment that looks over the last 3 years of our disaster relief efforts, starting with Kana'aho and the Lahaina wildfires, because that was such an important benchmark, right, for deep investments in being as responsive as possible in community, and then pivoting to meet the needs of those moments. The program assessment slide, which, can you tell me if you have that next? Is that your next slide, or is your next slide at the moment the video? There we go. Yes, and forgive me, I think this is a earlier version, so I will make the appropriate updates accordingly, but everybody who has a printed copy of this table has the most accurate information, which is a little, the good news is we have updated figures, increased figures for our impact. But all that to say is we're tracking our progress, our setbacks, our opportunities to strengthen our capacity, because we believe we owe that level of accountability to the board, to the beneficiaries, and to the people we're serving with their trust resources. One early takeaway is that OHA is becoming increasingly capable of moving critical resources to people in need much more quickly. It doesn't happen perfectly or all at once. We acknowledge that, but we're learning in real time. And as you can see over the course of the different disaster events, we're applying those learnings from one event to the next. And so I'm going to walk you through a little bit of the table that you're seeing, but the Kana'aho Maui Lahaina fire response was a $5 million deep investment. This board took very quick action 9 days after that wildfire event, and the time between program launch date, which a lot of due diligence, a lot of finding good data, standing up the program, building the internal capacity, that took approximately 246 days, and the first beneficiary payment was on day 265 from the disaster event. The program sunsetted. We were able to do 2 distributions to serve 713 households impacted, gave them pretty significant beneficiary award amounts, and came back again for that second cycle. I think that was a win for an agency who, for the first time, really delved into these kinds of issues. The Iola federal government program, if you remember, that's the furlough and the SNAP benefits to folks who had seen reduced benefits at that time. The elapsed time from the initial event or announcement to the board taking action was 26 days. And the program launched itself on day 40. And then the first reported beneficiary payments came on day 49. And the program, that first federal government Iola version of the program, sunsetted, which means the distribution of awards that were then allocated by the board and authorized, sunsetted on day 173. We served more than 3,000 beneficiaries through that federal government program, and that was in partnership with Hawaiian Council. And beneficiary award amounts were $1,200 if you were a federal employee, and $350 if you were a SNAP benefit in the form of a gift card. The total authorized funding for that iteration of Iola was just over $3 million. We quickly pivoted to the Honolulu event because we had additional resources that had not yet been dispersed, and we had a community need that we wanted to be responsive to. This board took action 15 days after the Honolulu disasters hit. The launch time for program date was on that same day that you took board action. The first reported beneficiary payments came on day 27. And the program is still ongoing. Total beneficiaries served under the Kona Low is 375, but the significance here is in the award amounts. $15,000 to homeowners impacted and $7,500 to renters impacted for a total allocation of $2.9 million. If the data is our story. And we wanted to equip this board with good information because this is what we need to be taking out into community when you're meeting with your constituents and you pose the question, what has OHA done for our beneficiaries? And how is OHA listening to what our beneficiaries are saying? And how quickly is OHA building its capacity to be as responsive as it can be in as little time as possible, right? Like we're pushing our agency, but I promise you that that effort is delivering really meaningful results, and the data bears that out. Our commitment is that we will continue to share this kind of information really candidly, and we're going to be very transparent with you about the good news, the setbacks, and the work still ahead, because all of that matters. We're not trying to pat ourselves on the back. These are people who are suffering. We need to be empathic to that, but we also need to, I want to mahalo deeply the staff who have been working around the clock to demonstrate this kind of progress, and to share with our community that so many of the people who work at OHA are beneficiaries themselves and have families who are impacted and who are, managing their own disaster impacts alongside of serving, and I am proud to be working alongside them. I also want to say there's, room for improvement, but the overall direction is very encouraging. Even where progress has been incremental, we're building institutional knowledge and becoming more agile in a relatively short period of time. This is a 3-year span where we're seeing that kind of progress. We're strengthening our ability, as Keishan said, to organize, deploy, partner, and deliver resources when disasters and emergencies place additional strain on our communities who are already taxed, disproportionately so. And I'm proud to say that OHA is uniquely positioned to help address that reality for our beneficiaries. And so we look forward to providing a more comprehensive, substantive readout of all of the other efforts that are happening, and different data points that tell a fuller story. And we will commit to do that before you folks break for your last meeting in late October. But mahalo for the opportunity to share this news, and we do hope that you go out into community with this PowerPoint sharing the same progress. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Summer and Keishan. It's amazing to see, and I applaud this board as well as administration on how much we've done in the time of need for our beneficiaries and the communities that were impacted by these natural disasters. And also to our employees, our amazing employees out there, boots on the ground. I know Chair Kahele was out there yesterday with them as well. So mahalo nui. Members, any questions?
Yeah.
Trustee Lindsay.
I just want to correct our staff on the Maui fires. We really gave every household $10,000. I mean, $10,000 for the people that lost their homes, and $5,000 for the renters. Nice. And this was held. Initially, we did give 9 and 4, but we had an extra money of 1-point-something million, and we spread it out between the renters and the homeowners equally, and therefore the 9,000 recipients became 10,000, and the 4,000 renters became 5,000. And I'd just like to add that I really want to compliment our staff for getting those checks out to all of our beneficiaries, because there's no question they could have used more, but this is what we appropriated. And I'd like to say that the delay there on the timeline was purposely delayed, in that Maui was not ready to receive our monies. And this was in discussion with leadership like the mayor. And we asked him, how do you think our money could be more useful to our beneficiaries? And he told me, hold up a little, because there were monies coming in from other places. So we purposely held off, and we, about 3/4 of a year, as you can see, 265 days, then we started cutting the checks. And I cannot tell you how grateful our people were, yeah. So 713 beneficiaries received, households, from the Kanaho.
Yeah, Chair Merida, mahalo nui. I just want to also add, like that is definitely the intentionality that we're talking about when we're building programs, especially because of, the Maui wildfires. They didn't have addresses for us to send checks to. So we actually did those deliveries in community at OHA offices. So mahalo nui for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Because, and we worked on this because every single effort helped to build a foundation upon which the next effort happened. There were so many learnings, so many infrastructure, platforms, the way for BSAs to move in community, the way for PAYAs to work together. So that, the number of days for standing up these programs made it possible for every other program to be stood up much more quickly. So thank you. And yes, I want to, each successive.
With each emergency, we
Yeah.
learn a little bit more.
Exactly.
And I think eventually we can have our own department of distribution, and then we can work closer because we are together, in this. Anyway, I see that as a possibility. Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair Merida. Mahalo, Summer and Keishawn. Ikala mai, Trustee Ola Boardroom, you had your hand up. Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for the presentation. You guys did an excellent job. I love it. It really gives us a grand view of what the breakdowns are like. But my question would be, especially for my island, as I still receive messages from beneficiaries of when they're going to get their monies that they've applied for. So I would like to know, is there like a breakdown that we could refer to? Because when I have our island meeting, I kind of want to do a little presentation, or at least give them an update as to the status of their monies or whatever, whoever applied for it. Would you be able to provide us that kind of information so we can be ready for that? Or you can be ready for that?
Absolutely.
Thank
Mahalo
you.
nui, Trustee Alapa, for bringing that up, especially because each program is so different, right? Like Ina'i is fully expended. Those are the gift cards. People got their messaging through our new system in Foundant. So we can definitely provide that to you, and hopefully you can kind of set their expectations accordingly. Mahalo.
Trustee Hona.
No, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a, do we have anybody from OHA that lives in Ka'u working for us?
Yes, we actually do, and maybe Keishawn or Summer can answer that.
That would be important.
Yes.
Yes, we do. We have somebody that was very hardly hit and, completely cut off, actually. And that individual, I don't know, should I share that? Yeah. Yeah, just with our compliance team, not to divulge too much information, has actually been instrumental in helping us with the boots on the ground effort and giving us information and intel that has helped to inform the way that we are helping our beneficiaries and also reaching our beneficiaries, right? So some of what the resources that were provided, it wasn't just water or food or gas. It was also Starlinks, right? A communication tool, because when you're cut off, in that manner, like that can also be a lifeline to those individuals that don't have access to communication.
So one last one has to do with communication. Have they set up those, what they said they were gonna set up, like, community hubs?
Yes, we have, actually, these nonprofits that we're working with have set up these community hubs, and we are actually helping to run those appropriately. We are helping them with the Starlink connectivity. We also are committing to a couple days a week having staff there to help service those beneficiaries.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Trustee Hona. Chair Merida. Sorry.
I just want to add that Chair went to Ka'u on Tuesday and took $5,000 in 2 checks for 2 different hubs there. So OHA is boots on the ground.
Mahalo, Chair Merida. Trustee Alapa.
Hello, thank you. I'd like to also add regarding, you're mentioning the way in which the hubs are run appropriately. I would highly recommend that you have a system in which we can acknowledge those who are coming for help, because in past hubs that I've learned about, a lot of those supplies went to their friends who didn't have any problems, who didn't suffer any issues from the storms. So how do we are able to keep track of that?
Yes, actually, our legal team and our beneficiary services team are equipped with a waiver that is a self-attestation of being Hawaiian in order to receive the beneficiaries that we're distributing. And also, we did see some complications with people going to different hubs and maybe monopolizing resources. That's a hard one to approach, but our teams are doing a good job and they're doing what they can to communicate to the beneficiaries that are in need.
Mauli, Trustee Lāma. Trustee Hona.
So the report that they did is a perfect example of the money that we're gonna need. I mean, we don't have to guess how much money, and so these type of things can be avoided too. Yep. So thank you for the report again.
Yeah. Members, any other questions? Trustee Kako.
Mahalo for this report and for the images here. I would be interested in seeing more images as
Oh, the video.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. And to touch on some of what was covered and not covered. So you had mentioned Starlink. About how many Starlinks were provided?
You know, I'd have to take a look at the updated resource list, but I know that we started with like 20.
I'm sorry, with how many?
We started with 20.
20?
Yeah,
And so was this going specifically to the community hubs or specific households that had no access in and out?
Yeah, I'm going to say both.
Both?
Yes.
And how did we get those Starlinks?
We purchased them at Home Depot and other vendors. And of course, like you may remember, the resources that were pivoted by this board included the gift cards that were accessible, you know, and unspent, right? So that included the e-gift cards from Home Depot.
And when things are much more improved in Ka'u, then these Starlinks can be used for future emergency disaster relief.
Yes,
in the
that's
future
correct.
For us.
Yes.
And we would have to pay a subscription for that?
I'd have to look into the logistics of, you know, maintaining the, yeah. Okay, yes, yep, IT director says yes, it's a.
Thank you. And regarding the helicopter, so I saw in the report that it was about 10,000. Is that like the overall cost that has been used or the projected usage and future usage?
Not future usage. This was for that one event. They did 4 drops, and that's an approximation in the pricing because the contract is not finalized. Mahalo.
And then do we have anyone from our comms teams locally there or here beyond just the contracted photographer, videographer?
We actually discussed that at length as well, and we got a photographer that was on the ground already that helped us a lot and supplied us with things that Bill gave directives to catch, and you know, freelance. And part of that intention is also to keep our staff members safe too, you know, and not overload our response.
Having Ohana on the Big Island and even my Ohana, living off of a generator for many days on end, and without having safe power, and just hearing from their experiences and family going in and out of Ka'u to Kokua, extended Ohana in Ka'u, I can say from speaking to them through time that yes, truly the lack of generators and generators being sold out on island, and the constant back and forth runs on kakalina, gasoline, that is truly what we're hearing is one of the biggest needs in the community, from communication to resources, from power, making sure that those that have certain needs when it comes to medication and refrigeration of certain things that are needed, that they're provided that. So I think if we can continue looking at what the needs are week by week and be able to identify that, and if you could share that with us, and then we can share with you folks what feedback we're getting in terms of the needs of what the community is expressing.
Yes, definitely, mahalo. We'll be sure to do that, and we also started the circulation of a new situational report, and that is specific to Ka'u, so that'll have all of the details each week. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Mahalo, okay, Sean. Members, any other questions? We have a video. Yes. Lehua.
helicopter operation that delivered approximately 1,500 pounds of critical provisions to stranded families.
That is Lori.
Food,
She's on our
water,
land pile.
batteries, and other necessities.
Loading the helicopter.
The operation was organized and documented by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, working in close coordination with the County of Hawaii, Vertical Works Precision Aviation Services, the Three Mountain Alliance, KT Superstores, Home Depot, and local community members. OHA has taken an active role in helping the Kahu community where many beneficiaries reside. Some living in remote areas of Kahu have been left isolated by the damage with no way to obtain needed supplies. This footage shows an emergency helicopter operation that delivered approximately 1,500 pounds of critical provisions to stranded families, food, water, batteries, and other necessities. The operation was organized and documented by the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, working in close coordination with the County of Hawaii, Vertical Works Precision Aviation Services, the Three Mountain Alliance, KT Superstores, Home Depot, and local community members. OHA has taken an active role in helping the Kahu community where many beneficiaries reside.
Mahalo, and mahalo to our team. Aloha, you guys. All right, moving on to the next item on the agenda, and this will be actually, well, new business continued. Members, we're going to defer this item, and this is item F, regarding legal matters, discussion and possible board action regarding non-privileged matters related to an employment-related claim arising from an OHA recruitment and selection process, including potential settlement. Next item on the agenda is community concerns and celebrations. Lehua, do we have anyone signed up to testify on this item?
Yes. Our first speaker is Jermaine Myers.
Okay. Aloha, Jermaine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Aloha. Aloha, honorable trustees. Earlier this morning, I emailed each of you a short 2024 campaign video of former OHA Hawaii Island trustee Mililani Trask endorsing Kaali'i Kahele to succeed her as OHA Hawaii Island trustee. The most important statement I want to highlight from her endorsement video is this: I have no reservations about supporting Kai Kahele. 2 years later, former OHA trustee Mililani Trask is now publicly alleging that trustee Keoni Souza threatened her with physical violence during an OHA executive session meeting. She describes it as intimidation and a direct threat and is calling for an independent investigation. I take an allegation like that seriously, but because it is so serious, the timing raises serious questions. After Kahele was elected, he became board chair. Trustee Souza became board vice chair, and Chair Kahele appointed Trustee Souza chair of the Investment and Land Management Committee. So my question is simple. Did former OHA trustee Trask ever tell Chair Kahele about this alleged threat 2 years ago after he became the chair of OHA's Board of Trustees and Trustee Souza became the vice chair? If she did, what did Chair Kahele do about it? And if she didn't, why did she wait 2 years until Trustee Souza's re-election campaign to publicly disclose such a serious allegation? Was it ever reported to law enforcement, the State Ethics Commission, or another appropriate authority? Was it ever investigated? Who knew what and when did they know it? I'm not here to determine whether former OHA trustee Trask allegations are true or false. That requires facts, due process, and an appropriate investigation. But this raises a much larger concern for me because we have seen another serious OHA controversy emerge from behind the closed doors of executive session. On September 23rd, 2025, this board entered an executive session board meeting concerning OHA Administrator and CEO Stacy Kealohalani Ferreira. What occurred surrounding that executive session ultimately resulted in Administrator Ferreira being placed on administrator native leave and litigation against OHA. Her allegations remain subject to litigation. But trustees, why do some of OHA's most serious governance controversies keep emerging from behind the closed doors of executive session? Executive session has a legitimate purpose. Confidentiality is sometimes necessary. But confidentiality and accountability are not the same thing. If serious misconduct occurs behind the closed doors of an executive session should never become a shield that prevents appropriate reporting, investigation, accountability, or protection, such as protection of the CEO. So I asked this board, what is OHA's process when alleged misconduct occurs during an executive session? Where can I find that answer? Who does a trustee report it to? Where can I find that answer? And who does an employee report it to when the allegation involves board leadership? Where is that answer? Who independently investigates it? Other beneficiaries and I should not have to wait for an election, a lawsuit, or a public controversy before serious concerns come to light. And some of us beneficiaries who stayed on the meeting for 4 hours shouldn't come on community concerns and then find that the chair left before my community concerns were spoken. But that is okay. It is on the record. Kea kuapu, God bless all of us, Lahui, to receive pono leadership from this election. Aloha.
Mahalo, Jermaine. Thank you so much. Anyone else signed up to testify?
Yes, I believe we have one more person. We have Mahina.
Well, you guys all know my wife, Mahina Souza. Welcome to the table. A surprise.
This is my first board meeting. Thank you. Aloha, everybody. My name is Mahina Souza. My community concern today is about the human impact that public discourse surrounding OHA and its trustees can have, not only on those who serve, but on the ohana who stand beside them. I also want to acknowledge the testimony this board just heard concerning my husband. There are a number of serious statements and accusations made about Keone that he strongly disputes. I was not present for the events being discussed, so I will not stand here and speak to circumstances I did not personally witness. Keone will speak for himself, as he always has, and he will address those claims himself. But I do know my husband, and after hearing his character discussed publicly, I felt it was important for me to stand here today, not to argue and not to attack another person. I came here simply to stand beside my husband. If you have ever walked into Keone's office here at OHA and looked above his desk, you will see the portraits of his kupuna. He placed them there intentionally. They sit above him while he works, to watch over him, to hold him accountable, to remind him where he comes from, who he represents, and of the kuleana he carries every time he sits in that chair. And I believe they remind him of something else too. The tremendous love of the family standing beside him. Keone does not walk into this office alone. He carries his kupuna with him. He carries our children with him. He carries our ohana with him. And he understands that the decisions he makes here will someday be part of what our children remember about the way their father served his people. That matters deeply to him. Anyone who truly knows Keone, not just as a trustee, but personally knows his character. And I've had the privilege of knowing that man for more than 2 decades. I know the father he is. I know the husband he is. I know his heart. I know his love for his people. And I know the seriousness with which he carries his kuleana.
I also know what it means to walk beside someone who has chosen public service. There are sacrifices that come with it, not only for the person sitting in that seat, but for the family standing beside them. And sometimes as a wife, you simply need to stand up and stand beside your husband. And that's why I'm here today. I also want to take a moment to say mahalo. Over these last few days, so many of you have called, texted, and messaged us to check on Keone, to check on me, and to check on our ohana. You reached out, you listened, you showed aloha, and you reminded our family just how fortunate we are to be surrounded by people who know us, care about us, and take the time to reach out personally. That has meant more to our family than you probably realize. And finally, Keone, I just want you to know your family loves you. We are proud of you. We stand beside you, and we will always be here to support you. Mahalo.
Thank you. Love you. Anyone else signed up to testify on this community concerns celebrations?
There is no one else signed up to testify.
Mauli Ola. Seeing none, next item on the agenda, we have announcements. There's a few announcements, but I'm going to defer first to our members if they have any announcements they would like to make.
I'll go after.
Any other
Chair,
members?
I just want to say that we do have a military tag meeting after this meeting.
Yes,
at
we
2
do.
o'clock. Yeah.
Tag meeting to happen right after today's board meeting, 2 p.m. Mauli Chair Merida. Another announcement, Waimea Valley Concert, Saturday, August 29th, 2026, 4 p.m. Last concert of the summer. Also, the next board meeting of trustees, the Board of Trustees, September 10th, Thursday at 8:30 a.m. Just a quick reminder to the board and to the beneficiaries and to the public, the CEO search is still ongoing. And announcement for Molokai meeting, September 17 and 18, right, Trustee Alapo? And also the Lanai community meeting, October 15. OHA Candidate Forum, slated to be aired the week of October 12th. That'll involve the OHA trustees at large, as well as Oahu and Maui. And finally, the most exciting announcement for me, I'd like to take the time to congratulate Kayshawn, our COO, Chief Operating Officer, for being a part of this year's PBN 40 Under 40. Proud to have you with us, buddy. Mahalo nui for all you do, man. Congratulations. Members, any other questions? Any other announcements? Trustee Akaka.
Hello. Wanted to share that on Tuesday, August 25th, 2026, OHA trustees were in attendance and presented lei and ho'okupu at the Cathedral of St. Andrew in the celebration of life of Uncle Kamaki Kanahele. And I just wanted to share some words of aloha and tribute and some of his great history and contributions to our Native Hawaiian people, as well as our Hawaii community. I also wanted to mahalo Hai Lama Farden, who joined us that morning, and he did such a moving ole of aloha and a tribute to Uncle Kamaki. And if you were not there, what I can say, that feeling was just palpable. In attendance, along with my ohana, my grandmother, my parents, were legislators, community leaders, ohana, hanai, and of bloodline with Uncle Kamaki, Ali'i Trust, various levels of government. Also the Te Makau Ariki Atawai Paki, also known as Queenie, the wife of Kingi Tuhetia of the Kingi Tanga, who is the queen mother of current Maori Queenie Te Ariki Nui Nawai Honoi Te Po. as her ohana and the Kingitanga have been in great relationships with Uncle Kamaki and my ohana. At the celebration of life, there were beautiful ho'okupu chants, words of love shared. There were remarks by Governor Green, Abercrombie, my parents, my mother speaking of Uncle Kamaki and his encouragement to our ohana in our family kihei, and giving tribute to our kuleana, our kulana, and also our lineal history. And then my father had read a letter from the President of the Republic of Palau by Sarango Whips Jr., which I would like to read as well. This loving tribute letter to Uncle Kamaki says, "On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Palau, I extend our heartfelt condolences to the family, friends, and community of Kamaki Kanahele as you gather to celebrate his life and honor his legacy." Kamaki was a devoted leader whose life reflected a deep commitment to his people, his culture, and the generations to come. His work to strengthen Hawaiian homelands and Native Hawaiian communities demonstrated his belief that strong communities are built not only through homes and institutions, but through service, culture, relationships, and a shared sense of responsibility to one another. For us in Palau, these values resonate deeply. As Pacific peoples, we understand that our strength comes from our connection to our land and ocean, our families and communities, and the traditions and values entrusted to us by those who came before. Kamaki's commitment to these principles stands as an example of the kind of leadership our Pacific needs. His efforts also helped strengthen bonds of friendship and kinship across our Pacific region. The relationships he fostered remind us that although our islands may be separated by great distances, we remain connected by shared values, histories, and an enduring responsibility to protect our cultures and communities for future generations. As you celebrate Kamaki's life, may you find comfort in knowing that his contributions will continue through the people, communities, and relationships he helped strengthen. The people of Palau join in honoring his memory and extending our deepest sympathies to all who knew and loved him. Komkamal Masulang, may he rest in peace. Sarango S. Whips, Jr., President of the Republic of Palau. I also want to extend a great mahalo anui to my Uncle Ivan, Louis Kwan, for the beautiful celebration he lovingly assembled for Uncle Kamaki, who in this life, they were brothers in life and work on behalf of our Native Hawaiian people, our Hawaii community, and indigenous peoples throughout this world. And to give further breath and tribute to the illustrious life of Uncle Kamaki, I share this with you. Kamaki Kanahele, Uncle Kamaki, a Native Hawaiian leader, a spiritual leader, a cultural healer, an OHA trustee, an OHA administrator, unikid as a kumohula, an illustrious background, tremendous contributions to community, and representation of aloha and love of Keakua, a deep love of Keakua. Kamaki Kanahele was born in Honolulu on January 14, 1945. His mother, notable Native Hawaiian community leader, Auntie Aggie Kalani Ho'okaha Cope, and he was named Thomas Kamaki Awa Kanahele III. He graduated from BYU, Hawaii, where he supported his studies by teaching Polynesian dance to fellow students. He earned his master's degree at BYU, Provo. In 2013, the Polynesian Cultural Center recognized him as a living treasure. His mother and grandparents were his first kumu in hula, and he then learned natural healing through the honor of learning the use of herbs. Chant la'au lapa'au, la'au kahea, ho'oponopono, lomi lomi. Developing techniques in oli oli, hakoko, na pa'alula, concentrating on the na'au. Also of the art of ana ana. He worked under the tutelage of Auntie Sally Nalu'ai, learned from Auntie Emma Paishon, as well as having formal training under Grandma Localia Montgomery, and as well as under the tutelage of the legendary Uncle George Naope. In 1963, he went to Church College of Hawaiʻi. Uncle Kamaki was called back to Hawaiʻi by Governor George Ariyoshi to take the lead for a newly formed Office of Hawaiian Affairs. He was subsequently elected as an OHA trustee. He served OHA during its formative years, 1980 as its first administrator, helping to give direction and substance to the kuleana entrusted to the institution. As administrator, he helped advance OHA's work in education, health, economic opportunity, culture, land stewardship, and the pursuit of the revenues and resources rightfully due to Native Hawaiians. He later returned to serve our people, our beloved Hawaiian people, as an OHA trustee at large from 1990 through 1994. As a trustee, he chaired OHA's Committee on Education and Culture and carried community concerns involving miloli'i, traditional fishing practices, coastal development, and access before the board. He also helped establish OHA's Hawaiian Language Award at the Merry Monarch Festival, recognizing the inseparable relationship between Olola Hawaiʻi, our beloved Olelo Makuahine, hula, and the identity of our people. Uncle Kamaki is a visionary leader whose life's work strengthened Hawaiian homelands and the communities they serve. Kamaki, our Uncle Kamaki, I'll say, believed that Hawaiian homelands were more than places to live. They were places where Native Hawaiian families could thrive. Through his leadership in creating the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Associations, an assembly of homestead associations statewide, and the Nanakuli Village Center, he helped fulfill Prince Kohio's vision by building not just homes, but stronger communities rooted in aloha, service, and hope. He became the first leader elected by homesteaders to serve as its chairman in 1987. He helped build the foundation that brought homestead communities together across our Pai'aina, giving beneficiaries a stronger, united voice and advancing the principles of self-determination, self-governance, and Hawaiian control of Hawaiian lands. He strengthened relationships with fellow indigenous peoples. He had a close relationship with Native peoples, including the Mauli and Kingitanga of Aotearoa. Uncle Kamaki leaves more than this to an organization instead of organizations. He leaves the movement. His legacy lives in every homestead leader who stands up for our beneficiaries, every community that fights to protect its aina, and every generation that understands that our strength comes from standing together. In concert with his mother, Dr. Agnes Kalani Ho'okaha Cope, Uncle Kamaki committed to steadfastly address health disparities and other socioeconomic concerns of the Wai'anae community. That commitment and passion led to the establishment of the Wai'anae Coast Comprehensive Health Center and the Center for Traditional Native Hawaiian Healing. He was the po'o of the Healing Center. They were recognized as a healing center unlike any other one in the world. As a prominent Hawaiian traditional healer and director of the Dr. Aggie Kalani Ho'okaha Cope Center for Traditional Native Hawaiian Healing at the Wai'anae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, a program he helped establish helped to grow the deep cultural identity and integrity of Hawaiian values, ike, He served on the Kupuna Council, collaborating with initiatives and programs that bring unity, healing, and alignment to community. I can say firsthand as an OHA Oahu trustee, he, along with those at the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, helped to welcome us, the Office of Hawaiian Affairs, and provided a site visit after another to share of the many good works that they do in healing the people of that side of the island, as well as our Native Hawaiian community as a whole. My uncle Gerard Akaka also spent many years working at that hospital with him. He was described as the heart of Pa'apono. And in 2025, there was a parade theme of Pa'apono, and it was a reminder to stand firm in our values, uplift our people, and honor the strength of our Aina, Vai, and Vai Vai. And he was the Grand Marshal of that parade. We say mahalo anui, Uncle Kamaki, for showing us how to lead with courage, conviction, and aloha for our beloved Hawaiian people. The kuleana you carry is now ours to carry forward. Your work continues, and your legacy never to be forgotten. Mahalo e Anakala for your unending aloha and support of me, my work, my ohana, my uncle, your brother in life. May your spirit live on in aloha alongside your beloved Kiakua, your mama, kupuna, and dear loved ones. And in Uncle Kamaki's words, quote, I feel that the breath of our life, the youth, is giving to us the breath of our dignity. Our contributions then to them is to give what we have as a ho'okupu, end quote.
Mahalo, Trustee Akaka.
Chair, I move that we adjourn.
I will honor that request. Chair Emerita Lindsay. We have moved to adjourn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Leho, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Ahuna.
Aye.
Trustee Akaka.
Aye.
Trustee Akina is excused. Trustee Alapa. Aye. Trustee Galuteria.
Aye.
Trustee Lindsay. Aye. Trustee Souza.
Aye.
Trustee Waihe'e.
Yes.
We have 7 yes votes. We are adjourned.
Mahalo, members. Motion passes. Meeting is now adjourned.